Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's Wednesday. We are doing reacts because I need YouTube videos. How better do grow on YouTube than doing YouTube videos? Okay, so I have looked into things to watch for today. We actually got a lot of stuff, like a lot of stuff. We want, of course, we will not watch everything today. That would be an 8-hour stream or something like that. But we're gonna watch some things. Hey, we already watched this. Okay, so what do we gonna start with? How about this? They think they can charge $60 for this. Oh, must be a crypto game. So let's watch another Kira video. What is this? Okay, Windows Update. Some stupid stuff. Let's watch this Kira video. Oh my god, this looks horrible. The screenshot, I can only from the screenshot I can tell that this is horrible. This is Bethesda quality gameplay, game stuff. This is disgusting.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. This is the third video in a row I'm recording about some kind of MMORPG drama.
And we will watch them all. We will watch them all.
It might be the first one to be uploaded, so hello, hi. You've probably not seen me for months. Good to be back. I am going to be back full-time making content.
Ship of Heroes? I can't imagine a game with a title like that to be anything else than a gacha game. Then it would make sense.
For YouTube now, on both channels. But I figured we'd start with all the MMO drama I've been missing out on. And this,
yes, please.
This is a wild one. Ship of Heroes. I have the creator of this blocked on my emails, apparently.
Oh.
For no reason other than he just kept emailing me to cover the game, and then I kept looking at the game and I was like, nah, I'm good. It doesn't look very good. And you know, if I want to cover something, I will. And if you just constantly email me about it, then I'm probably just not going to, because it's annoying. But at the same time, you know, I've been aware of
this looks like Unreal Engine slop.
Of this project for a long time. I was aware of it. I've been signed up to their newsletter for a long time. I think I unsigned up from it a couple of years ago in maybe 2022 or something. They are releasing on Steam in 2 hours. And the reason I wanted to record this now is so that I could get my opinion forever immortalized on the internet before I'm proven right or wrong.
Nice. That's clever.
And that is to say, oh my god, look, it's fucking bargain bin Josh Strife Hayes. Look, they
yeah.
It's fucking Josh Strife Hayes from Temu. I just wanted to get my opinion out there so people can have it, whether they care or not, whatever, and see, you know, what happens. Ship of Heroes, what's the drama? Well, it's a game that looks like it was made in 2010.
Yes. Yes, that it matches, yes. It matches really well.
It's releasing in late 2025, and it's going to cost, if you stand in, you know, you might be listening to me on your phone, you might be listening to me laying in bed, you know, sit up, get in your gamer position, brace for fucking impact. This game is going to cost 60 United States dollars, not
oh boy. For something like that. They want AAA prices. For maybe a C grade game.
60 fucking Zimbabwean dollars, 60 United States dollars, Trump
Look how ugly that looks.
dollars. and
Look how ugly this looks.
the fact I need to say "and" after that lets you know.
Oh god, oh no. This looks like a mess. Look at the screenshot, it's horrible. Ew. This looks horrendous. You wouldn't taking this floor tile for a room this size? That's bad. That's really bad. It makes you nauseous. This is horrible.
This is fucked. And it's going to have a fucking subscription.
Of course it was going to do that. Yes, of course.
Monthly subscription. Let me move this cup because I'm getting so animated. I might just knock it off my fucking desk. A $15 per month subscription. If you pay yearly, good luck to you, because I doubt this game will be fucking functional in a year's time at this pricing. You get it for $144. You get 20% off. You save 20%.
Wow. They are greedy. And hello, Jesse. You're watching while doing your clothes. Well, it's React content, so it's perfect for that.
And what a fucking bargain. What a deal. So you can spend $75. Do you get the first month for free? The pricing, download and active subscription will give access to everything in the game. There are no microtransactions, no cash up, no premium add-ons, no deluxe launch packages. I should fucking hope so.
Yeah.
$75 for a month of game time. The initial download is $60 plus an active subscription gives access to everything in the current game. And added in the 2 years after launch, 1 month access is included in the initial download fee. So never mind.
Nice.
Your first month isn't 75. Your first month is 60. So you do get the 1 month like you used to back in the golden days, back in the good old days when you'd go to fucking Game Station or Game or whatever, or if you're in America, Best Buy, and you get your.
I remember those times. Because I was there. I bought me my World of Warcraft and got 1 month free. I bought me my whatever MMO and got 1 month free. That was nice.
Little box for your World of Warcraft or your Star Wars, The Old Republic or whatever, and you'd run home and you get in your little gym jams, get your hot cocoa, load the game up, make your account. Your initial purchase would give you 1 month of in-game time. You'd probably still have to put a credit card in, but then obviously you get to play for that first month like the good old days. This is not the good old days. It's 2025. If you're, bro, you can't charge $60 for this game. You can't. And if you're going to, it needs to be free to play. Like, it is what it is. But the drama isn't. Let me just say, by the way, if you want to
There's even more? There's actual drama about something else? Oh my god, don't tell me they got backed on Kickstarter and people have to actually buy the game again. Is it that? Oh my god. Please.
charge $7 million for this game,
What?
that's your choice. You own the thing. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. I couldn't care less. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely fucking stupid. But
7 million for this. Wow. Imagine what you could have done with $7 million. Wow. Man.
you own it. You charge $100, charge $500, charge a $600 monthly subscription. I don't care. You look stupid, but it is what it is. It's your thing.
Oh my god, this is ugly. This reminds me of this self-created worlds on a Second Life. It has the same visual quality. And that's not a good thing. Not a good thing. Like, really, not a good thing.
Do what you're going to do. But that's not the problem.
Same here. Looks like Second Life.
The problem is what the owner does and says afterwards, because it just makes the game look absolutely fucking stupid. Yes.
I mean, it already looks stupid. How can it get not even more stupid? I mean, what's going on?
Somebody posting, Integral is the developer. He posts and says, "You are, of course, entitled to your opinion. We have had a dozen alphas and betas along the development that has given people the advantage to see inside the game. We've had irrelevant, by the way. Who gives a fuck? It's you launch it on Steam. It's going to be seen by new eyeballs. What previous eyeballs have seen is irrelevant. If that was the case, if you don't care about the Steam eyeballs, don't launch on Steam. Like, what the fuck is the relevance of this?" We've had more than 60 video updates showing the game and over 100 newsletters showing the game in detail. This is far too much for anyone to claim that we are an unknown. To people on Steam, you are. Like, what do you... Are people going to log on and see the game launch and be like, oh, need to go and do my thesis on Ship of Heroes and go and look through all these things? No. You are a completely new entity to people on Steam. You're just popping up for the first time for them.
Yeah.
You might as well not exist until the moment that they see it. That's how this works.
Yes. Yes, exactly. And your first game is an MMO? I've never, ever heard of a new studio and their first game is an MMO and it's successful. Never. Never. For a good reason. An MMO is a giant thing. Like, it's giant. And getting that started, that takes ages. That takes so long. You would have been better off making a smaller games to begin with. You know, make small single player games. Get your name out, make money, and then you can make an MMO if you want. If you have the experience to do so. But yeah, I absolutely don't believe that this will do anything.
If you personally need the assurance that studios made other games for you to buy from them, you are entitled to this opinion. Again, I don't think this is like a thing you need, but at the same time, asking people that don't know who you are to just like, oh, $60.
Well, yeah, you don't need to know a company having more than the game that you're looking at. I have, when I bought Vampire Survivors, I didn't know any of the guys in other games at all, and I didn't care because the game looked good. I mean, I've watched Asmongold play it, and then I decided, yep, that looks good. I want to play it, so I bought it. I didn't need to know his other games. I haven't so far never looked at that guy's other games, ever, and I don't really care because I played Vampire Survivors, I had fun, and that's the tale. That's all. A studio don't need to have more than one game to, you know, make a good game. It just can be, you know, guys forming a studio, making a game, that's good. Hooray. Yeah, that happens all the time. I mean, indie games, with games that don't cost a lot to make and to purchase, you know? I mean, sure, if some dudes come together and they make a game and it costs you, you know, $70 and it has a battle pass, yeah, sure. I wouldn't trust that. But this, yeah, it's completely fine.
It's their choice if they want to spend that. You know, I don't think this is like a super valid criticism, but it is what it is. Please understand that others may feel differently. Each price point and structure will garner a different base of players with different purchase behaviors. We hope we have selected well for our desired results. It's not going to go well. It is what it is. This is not going to earn almost any money. You misunderstand, unfortunately. Most indie games are not priced the same as AAA games. This is
Which is very true.
true. Yeah, I mean, this is just a statement of fact. Showing videos, having an alpha or test doesn't do anything to guarantee the longevity of a game. I'll be watching it to see how it does, but the price point is way too high for me to buy day one with the very real possibility of it being unsustainable at that price. It would be better if the game was priced lower, as you want as many players as possible for a new MMO to cover server and development costs. Better to have 20k people at $9.99 than 5k at $14.99, both in terms of sustainability and community. Yeah. This is true. But they are the developer. You know, you can give your input, and if they don't want to hear it, they don't want to hear it. It is what it is. And then he just responds and says, "We understand your financial constraints and respect them," which kind of sounds like, okay, then broke boy. You know, the old
Yeah, yeah. If you don't have enough money to play our game, don't play our game. Well, yeah, most people won't.
Pokemon meme. Sounds like a broke boy, or whatever the fuck she said, when people were talking about her massively overpriced white labeled cookies. And then this pops up, right? There was people posting on the subreddit saying the devs are banning and censoring legitimate criticism and just people talking about the price point of the game.
By the way, that's kind of a standard tactic for a lot of new studios that form and that have a Kickstarter and, are kind of fishy. It happens there a lot. All the time. And that's a clear sign that something's wrong here.
And the developer responded, well, one of the developers, and said this. And we'll go over it in a second because we kind of have to contrast it to some of the reasons people are being banned. Now, as somebody who moderates my own Discord, or did before I stopped opening it for the last 2 months or so, while I was taking my YouTube break, I've literally not looked at Discord at all. It could be on fucking fire for all I know, or nobody's posting there and everything's okay. It will become active again when I start posting again, hopefully. It is what it is. But as somebody who is a content creator, moderates my own stuff generally, I might have a different opinion on moderation to you watching this video because, again, I do moderate my own thing and I am technically like a brand online and like a product, I guess. But I'm also a human being and nobody's paying money for my service, right? So my opinion on this for my own moderation and how I have always run my moderation is, I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. If I don't like it, if I don't want to see it, it could be, oh, Kira, your hair looks nice today. Oh, Kira, I like your jacket. If I just don't want to see you speaking to me, I will remove you from my shit. Like, that's obviously a ridiculous example. Right? If you're complimenting me, I'm probably not going to ban you. But you know what I mean? For any reason, I don't care what it is, I will just remove people. And I don't feel like I need to justify this for any reason. Because you didn't pay to be a part of this, you didn't buy my product, I don't owe you customer service. You're there interacting with me, something I might read, something I might reply to. And if I feel like for whatever reason it's not worth my time or you're annoying or whatever, I'm just going to ban you. And I think if any...
By the way, same. There's literally nothing else to say about this. Same. I would do the same. I do the same. I mean, I haven't banned anyone yet. And I hope it stays that way. I don't have to do that. At least not soon.
Anyone has like a different opinion on that, that's okay. But this is like my area, so it's fucking largely irrelevant what you think. Where this differs is that they are a product. People are paying money for this. And they should be able to have an open discussion. If that open discussion doesn't involve like hate or bigotry or fucking some kind of ism or personal attacks or ad hominem or whatever, you shouldn't be banning people that are just having a cordial, normal conversation.
He, again, is correct. You shouldn't. You absolutely shouldn't. Because that poisons the well. And I mean it in a literal sense. You poison your community. You make them not trust you. And trust is important if you want money from people, you know?
I think that sets a really bad precedent. I think that makes you look really bad as a company. And that's what they've done here. So this person just posts, hey everyone, as someone who's been an avid superhero gamer for years, City of Heroes, Champions Online, DC Universe, Spider-Man, the Arkham games, I was really excited to finally see Ship of Heroes get closer to release. I have to be honest, I don't understand how this is launching at a $60 price tag. Between the graphics, the animations, art direction, or really lack thereof, and the overall presentation, this feels much closer to something that should be in early access for maybe $19.99. It's just not polished enough to stand alongside other $60 titles in today's market.
Well, very obviously it doesn't. Very, very obviously. I mean, the game is simply ugly. Let's say it like it is. It's ugly. It looks completely outdated. It's not in a way like, you make pixel art that's beautiful and just looks like, it comes from the 90s. That doesn't matter because it's still beautiful pixel art. That's an art style that you choose. This is 3D, kind of realistic stuff, and it just is ugly. It's ugly. That's all that there is to it. There's nothing to it. It has zero beauty. And I'm actually wondering in what engine the game runs. Because it's so ugly that it's not at least not a modern. I also don't think it even runs on Unreal Engine 3. Because I've played Unreal Engine 3 games and they look way better. I've played Quake games running on Quake 3 engine that look way better than this. What what the what is the engine? Oh my god, now I want to deep dive. Oh my god, don't tell me they made their own engine. I can't believe that they would do that. Oh god.
All true. Don't get me wrong, I respect that the devs are trying to build, and I'd love to see it succeed. Superhero MMOs are rare, and we all want something new to invest time in. But the game simply isn't in a state to justify charging full AAA pricing. Launching at $60 honestly risks scaring away a big part of the player base before it even has a chance to grow. I'd love to hear what other fans think. Am I being too harsh, or does anyone else feel like this is overpriced for what we're actually getting right now? There are assumptions in this, because if you've just shown up and you're like, oh, this game's releasing and I like superhero games, you don't know what's in the game to say whether it's worth $60, only visually. So there's an assumption there of what are we getting? But at the same time, I think everyone watching this video can consistently agree that an indie MMO in 2025 from a complete unknown studio, it's probably not going to be worth $60, and the pop.
Of course not. Of course not. I mean, the only reason World of Warcraft was worth $60 back then, was it even 60? I think it was 50. I think that was 50 back then. It hadn't. One reason why it was worth it was well, it was selling to Warcraft fans. I mean, Warcraft fans were already there. They hadn't established a universe and brand. And people wanted more of that. Like, everyone loved... Everyone that... Not everyone. Most people that played any Warcraft game liked the Warcraft games. Most people. Which today is different. If you would put someone into World of Warcraft today and tell them, yeah, let's play the game, I can guarantee you they would hate it. I have played the game, and even as a not new player, I hate the leveling in the game. It's so horrible. It's so bad. Excuse me. You're better off leveling through dungeons than leveling out in the world. And back in the day, being out in the world was one of the most exciting things in World of Warcraft. Because of the small stories that were told. And the quests were interesting and memorable. Everything you do now in the outside world is just tedious things until you reach max level. And then you do dungeons, then you raid. That's all that there is. Leveling has become completely a side thing that you just do to get to the actual content. So the question is, why is it even there? Why is it even there? Especially when you can, level through dungeons. Then you literally don't need the outside world. It's completely irrelevant, which is sad.
Population at launch for $60 with a fucking subscription is going to make the game less populated than it otherwise would be, and therefore less sustainable and less fun on launch, which we all know as MMO gamers is the most fun time of a game.
Yes.
People want to get in on launch, and if you're charging $60 for this, it's not good, right? It's not great. If the devs want to, I respect their decision to do so, but I think objectively this is bad. From everything I know about the industry and video games in general, I don't think this is a comment that should get you banned from the fucking subreddit.
Number one, yes, he's right. That shouldn't get you banned, at all. There was nothing bad about that comment. And number two, he's also right about starting in a new MMO. That time is exciting because you don't know anything about the game, about the world, and you're learning together with others. That's exciting. That's fun. And it was even fun starting classic WoW and classic the Burning Crusade. Even if not knowing the world already, it still was exciting. It really was. Like on launch day, joining onto the server, creating your character, spawning, surrounded by hundreds of people. Well, not hundreds, maybe 100 people. That was awesome. And then you can't really do your quest because all the mobs are dead. And the moment one mob spawns, 10 people attack it at the same time, and only one can get it. So stupid. It was so fun. It was also so fun, man. And then people start building groups so they can actually do the quests. Oh, so good. So good.
The community section on their Steam, and the guy then posts and says no constructive criticism has been deleted or banned. Is this constructive criticism? I don't know. Maybe, sure, but is it ban worthy? Absolutely not. Is there anything constructive here other than the game looks bad, it should be less money? I don't consider that necessarily constructive, but at the same time, is it ban worthy? No.
Yeah.
But then he goes on to say,
I agree. It's not ban worthy. You can delete the post, but then again, that looks bad too. So yeah, this is dumb.
To be constructive, you kind of need to not be 100% negative. I mean, he does say he's positively looking forward to what the game could be, and that he likes this type of game. He's really excited to finally see Ship of Heroes here. So that's positive. Yeah. None of the critics ever come in and say, I love these 3 features of Ship of Heroes, but these other 2 are not what I like because of X, Y, and Z. Instead, they usually start out asserting some negative opinion as if it's a law of physics, and then moves on to more of the same. It didn't happen. We just read it. This didn't happen. Ship of Heroes has been created with enormous community involvement and support. The community asked for what it wanted, and we are delivering. Trolls are trolls, so this guy's a troll, right?
Sure, that's what they always say. Oh, that's a troll. Sure, buddy. Sure.
You can fall into this trap as a creator to be like overly negative towards, a lot of people don't, I guess, understand that if you catch me on a bad day, you might be the 50th person I've read say something stupid, and then I'm just gonna fucking unload on you, and I'm gonna be like, fuck you, fuck everything you stand for. But you're not like the first. You've not just shown up and been like, oh, hey, Kira, I think you could have done better here. Like, you might have a perfectly valid criticism, but I've sifted through like 100 people saying some fucking dumb shit before I got to you. So I can understand how this can happen. But at the same time, again, you've got to hold yourself to better standards when you're a product and you're trying to sell the product to people who are presumably going to use this forum after they paid money to support and talk about your game. It's a community forum about a product that's being charged at a premium price of $60. This is not, just some fucking random unmoderated section of some YouTube channel.
He's right with both things. I really can't explain how the minds of people work that think like that. And I mean the developer, of course. And I can't, because I don't think so. It's astonishing to me that people are like that. Well, not really. I mean, I know that people are greedy and stuff like that, but yeah. Yeah, I just can't. This is just, pure greed and hubris. When people think of themselves so highly that they can't take anything that's not praising them, then yeah, we have run into problems.
He then says they, as in the trolls, seem to have some sort of entitlement philosophy that sums up as, we are allowed to come into your house and shout at the top of our lungs that your spouse is ugly and your children are stupid. That's not constructive criticism. Nobody did this. This is not. This didn't happen. Like, this guy is delusional. And it is really a shame because obviously, like, back in the day, before we found out that City of Heroes private servers existed, then there was just people like running hidden secret City of Heroes servers, and then somebody outed it, and it's like, this has been happening for years, and they became public. Ship of Heroes, as well as there was another one called like Vanguard, not Vanguard. There was another one. There was like 3 superhero MMOs that originally tried to go to Kickstarter, funded elsewhere, was like, just sort of like in the background making moves. I was waiting to play something like this because I loved City of Heroes back in the day. It was one of my favorite MMOs, and it's a shame to see that this is what's become of it, and
what the fuck?
It doesn't look all that great. But I probably would have tried it if it wasn't a monthly subscription with a $60 price tag, because this could be as good. It's not going to be better than City of Heroes, is it?
You see that?
This could be as good.
This here. This the zooming in and... Oh, what the hell?
It's not going to be better than City of Heroes, is it?
We had cutscenes in the 90s that did that stuff better. How is this possible? How is this possible?
Let's be real. Because City of Heroes was made with a much larger, probably much more competent team, and ran for a much longer period of time with much more money. In City of Heroes, as far as I'm aware, still...
Yeah, even the animations look shit. Even the animations look shit.
Costs fucking nothing to go and play at this point. Probably would have went and played this had it not been for, the developer being in a bit of a fuck knuckle, and also you know, the game being what it is. But if this game comes out on Steam in the next like 2 hours or whenever it launches and it breaks 2,000 concurrent players on Steam, which we'll be able to see with SteamDB, I'll be the most surprised motherfucker ever. Do they need 2,000 players? Do they need, you know, hundreds of thousands of cells or anything? Probably not. But at the same time, anything like this, MMOs are a really tricky beast because you can even see this with much larger games. Once a game's population is unsustainable, as in it's not fun to play anymore, you need the number to constantly remain the same or go up.
Yeah.
If it's in a decline, it's just a snowball rolling downhill, and as it rolls downhill, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it's fucked. The game just dies.
To be fair, the snow here looks kind of good. Reminds me of War Thunder.
Because there's not enough people to do stuff with. Queues are longer, or it's harder to find a group, or there's just not as many people around to socialize with or whatever in these multiplayer shared universes. And then, of course, that causes some people to quit, which compounds the problem and causes more people to quit, which ultra compounds the problem and causes even more people to quit. If you launch in a bad state, a lot of game developers treat this as if like they've got a golden fucking bullet in their gun chambered, ready to pull the free-to-play pistol and just shoot that golden bullet. But realistically, as we're seeing nowadays, it just doesn't always work out that way. There's just too many things competing for people's attention. And if you're going to launch like this, I don't know, bro. Best of luck to you, I guess. We'll see what happens. Inevitably, I think this is probably going to go down the shitter, but color me surprised if it doesn't, and we'll see how it goes. But that's the Ship of Heroes pricing drama. And yeah, thanks for watching. See you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
Bye-bye. And we actually go... SteamDB. Verify you are a human. Ship of Heroes. Let's see. La. Where can we see? Oh. This is bad. Oh my god. Let's see, maximum. They had their all-time peak is 100. 100 people peak. Right now, 2. They have 2 people in the game. $60. $60. So they made $6,900. And making the game had cost $7 million. Congratulations. Congratulations. Concord level of success. Now this is bad. Like really bad. Oh god. 26.76% of the 71 user reviews are positive. Oh my god. Come on, let's... Oh my god, this is so bad. This is so bad. Oh my god. Oh god. Yeah, this is trash. This is trash. Oh my god. Oh, and she made a follow-up video. Probably the worst MMORPG launch ever. Oh my god, yeah, we are watching this too. Oh, this video is gonna be long. This video is so good. Oh my god.
What up, friendos? Welcome back. I posted a video about this new superhero MMO called Ship of Heroes and the drama of...
We just watched it, and we have looked at the... at SteamDB. Man, what a mess.
Launching a game that looks like, well, I mean, it looks like what it looks like for the price of $60 upfront, with also a $15 per month subscription. And people asked me to play it, so I did. And
so he's one of the 100. One of the 100. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. Oh, I feel for him. Oh my god. Now, to be fair, if I had the money and the viewership, I would have played it. Just for the memes. If I would have made a video about this, playing that game and getting a million views, I would have. But that would never happen. Never happened. I'm way too small for now.
since I had to suffer through that experience, now you do too.
Welcome back. We are trying to acquire an ancient artifact.
Why does she sound like that? Is she a robot? No, Dr. Strikewell. Oh, that name. Why does she have a robot voice? Or sounds like that the voice comes out of a speaker. Why?
Called the Time Cube. I have no idea what it does exactly, but Ambassador has ordered me to retrieve it at any cost.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying!
Some players will pay the price and the sub because they know we are not a cash grab. We are trying to create a game that is really fun to play. And is new. And that has the most positive community we can manage. Sure. That is what our community is buying. Really? I mean, 100 players? 100? It's just not about the number of missions. It kind of is. It's about finding or paying to have us create something that is better than current marketplace provides. Wow. Something better than a current marketplace provides? World of Warcraft is better than this. I'd rather reinstall Marvel Rivals and play that, which I would only play because I can stare on hot chicks' asses all the time, than this. And that's, by the way, literally why I played Marvel Rivals. Only the hot chicks. That's the only reason. I completely didn't care about the game. Only hot chicks.
What's wrong with you?
So let me just give you the cliff notes. The game is not good, and I don't mean like in a hooty tooty. I've just got my hands on the latest Ubisoft game, which is totally playable, decent even, but not worth my time to play or the box price, because there's just loads of better games out there for cheaper to play or that I already own. Or maybe there's a new indie gem to play and I just want to play that instead. I mean, this game is just not good in a way that it's almost offensively so. I see zero reason for anybody to play this. I'm not trying to be mean when I say that, but this is how the world works.
Yeah, the UI doesn't even look good. Wait, what does this remind me of? I have seen a UI like this at least once, but I don't remember the Star Wars MMO. Star Wars MMO. No idea what it was called, but I remember Star Wars MMO. It had an almost identical AI. What game is this? Ship of Heroes. And no, we are not playing it. Hi, Kelly, and thank you, Kelly. And no, Hans, you won't bust open the door. Man, this is so bad. The game, by the way, just released for the ones who weren't there, and the max player count 100. 100 is the max player count, and concurrently there are 2 people in the game.
This game looks, feels, controls, and is just worse than the currently playable for free version of City of Heroes that literally
Did you see the movement?
worse than the currently playable for free version
The character's just gliding over the ground.
of City of Heroes that literally anybody wanting a superhero MMO can go and play instead. And I mean this in every single way possible. This game is worse. Character customization, which is about 60% of the enjoyment of these types of games, movement, combat, visual, story, and most importantly, soul. This game has one of the worst designed sounds ever, like the system of sound from doing stuff, music. It's just really bad. Stock footage, elevator music that's just constant.
Stock footage, elevated music? Wait, don't tell me they took stock videos that have sounds and took the sounds out of that to put them in the game. I mean, to be fair, as a YouTuber and streamer, I would do that for alarms and stuff like that for my streams. Sure, why not? Works. No problem with that. But for a video game that you are selling, I mean, you can do that if it matches the style you are going for. Then it matches. Then it's fine. You can make a good game out of assets that you buy in the stores. You can do that. I know you can, because people have done that. You did that and you got copyrighted. First strike. Oh. Then you have to look more into. I mean, I got copyrighted on a copyright. Had my VODs on Twitch partly muted because I played copyright-free music from YouTube. That's why I only play video game music now. It's really bad.
Playing in the background. AI for all the voices of all the NPCs, which I'm pretty sure you're supposed to disclose on the Steam store page as per their rules, and yet nothing at all mentioned about it. It's just, it feels, looks soulless to play. When you have something that is supposed to copy almost.
So that's why the voice sounded so badly of the NPC. You made your own YouTube channel. Nice, Jesse. Just be careful. I got 2 more to go, so I ain't doing it again. Yeah, same. Same. I got that 1 strike, and since then I'm kind of paranoid. So yeah. It is what it is.
Almost identically something else, but that other thing still exists and is more populated, it's free, it's better. There just isn't any reason to play this other thing at all. Add on $60 price tag, 50.
Wait. Did she just fly through the NPC?
To play this other thing at all. Add on $60 price tag.
And the NPCs aren't moving.
To play this other thing at all. Add on $60 price tag, 50.
Okay, they are moving, but only the hands. My channel has 6 subs and first vid have 33 and the second is 43 and I stop. I'm mobile and that 6 subs is my friends. Oh. Wait, what do you mean copyright strikes? You can get copyright strikes if you use copyrighted material, which can be whatever. Photos, videos, art, music, whatever. You second to not get music on Google. Yeah.
$15 a month sub, and well, then you get Ship of Heroes. Add on to all this that the game doesn't even fucking work. And at the end of my brief, you know, it was only 30 minutes of gameplay, I was just trying to repeatedly close the game, open the game, enter the mission. You know, you have to go into these little private instances to do missions to progress your quests. And it would just give me an infinite black screen. And it wasn't just me. All 20 of the other $60 paying customers were discussing their inability to even play the game in the chat, which is global, I imagine. The infinite black screen had defeated the entire Ship of Heroes. Our combined might couldn't defeat the inaccessible game content.
You would think during testing the game they would encounter this and, you know, not have it happen. Do I need permission to post it? You mean videos on your channel? I mean, you can buy music and stuff like that, and music rights and stuff like that. But I would just not use music if you can avoid it.
Blocked off progression. And maybe that was the point. Maybe the game was designed this way. The powerful foe that we were training up to fight had won, and it was the game itself. A fitting end for our journey. And
Yeah,
one that would
I can see that. And by the way, look how ugly this all looks. This is so disgusting.
probably be more satisfying than my other 29 minutes of gameplay, where despite me being level 2, I was fucking invincible. Nothing could kill me. Simply fly through level 4 enemies, do all my quest objectives in front of their eyes, and they couldn't do a single point of damage to me. I could
That's quite something. But then again, you are a superhero, right?
even stand outside and tank 6 or 7 enemies, all higher level than me, and the game would get so bored with me being stood there for so long, taking no damage, that it would simply despawn the enemies. The game is so broken that that's actually a good thing I'm invincible, because anytime I hit a loading screen, which is most of the game anyway, you will be stood there for 10 plus seconds on a black screen while you can hear enemies hitting you, shooting you, doing whatever, and there's nothing you can do to respond. So if I wasn't invincible, the game would just be me dying to NPCs stood outside a building that I couldn't interact with.
This is so dumb. But also exactly what I would imagine that studio putting out. Yeah.
Which then brings me to the
Oh my god, the sound design. That sounds so unappealing. The thing is not that it sounds bad. The thing is, it sounds unappealing for this. And also, I have heard that sound a lot. I think it's, at this point, a stock sound everyone can use for free.
next glitch, you know, how many of those did you experience in 30 minutes of gameplay? A lot. Which was, I went in and did a mission where there was 6 enemies stood outside hitting me, came out, went to go and turn the mission in, and then magically when leaving that building, it just teleported me back in time to the previous building where the enemies were stood outside. Right into the waiting arms of half a dozen enemies I can't interact with, but luckily don't do any damage. Add in the other glitches, you know, NPCs vanishing, just running around.
Oh, the animations. Yeah.
And then 1 minute they're there, next minute they're not. Animation bugs, and the ultimate game ending one where you just can't progress the game because the game goes full black screen and doesn't do anything.
What? Did the people just disappear?
They're there, next minute they're not. Animation bugs, and the ultimate game ending one where you just can't.
They did just disappear. Wow.
Can't progress the game because the game goes full black screen and doesn't do anything. Not only are they charging $60 up front and $15 a month for an inferior product, but they're charging for one that doesn't fucking work. Which is when I ask myself,
after all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it?
And realistically, in my history of doing reviews, which has been since like 2019, I can count on one hand the amount of times I've refunded a game that I was going to do a review on. And there's probably only one ever that's actually made it into a video, because most of the time if I'm going to review a game and it's just really bad, I just don't release the video. One game shares the refund with Ship of Heroes. The day before, it's in great company. The day before is the only other game I released a video on that I also refunded.
Oh,
and
I remember that game.
You know what's crazy about all this? If you sat me in front of like an alternate reality decision machine and said, play 10 hours of the day before on launch or play 30 more minutes of Ship of Heroes, I legitimately would play the day before for 10 hours rather than play this for 30 more minutes.
Yeah.
It's that bad. There is no redeeming qualities about this thing whatsoever. And
I could have told you that from the beginning. I mean, seeing the videos on the Steam store and the screenshots, yeah, 100%. I could have told you from the beginning.
I feel like doing any kind of like real review where you treat this as if it's like a real thing would be unfair to everyone involved, me, you, and the creators of the game. For me, because I'd need to hold myself to a standard of doing like at least 10 hours of gameplay for like a first impressions, which is what I've always done for first impression reviews. And you, because you then have to listen to me, go through and be like, here's a pro, here's a con, but there would be no pros, basically. As for the creators,
yeah,
well, actually fuck them, because they seem to think it's fine to just ban anyone that criticizes the $60 upfront price tag for a game that has reached a 100 player count in 24 hours and is currently at about 25 as I make this video. But with all of that being said, this game has no future at all. In fact, it only exists because of a need in the market that also no longer exists. Ship of Heroes was created as a fan project to replace a beloved MMO from 2004 called City of Heroes, which closed down officially in 2012. 3 projects popped up at the same time trying to do the same thing. What you might not know is that 2012 to 2015 in the MMORPG niche, there was sort of a crowdfunding boom where a bunch of people raised a whole lot of money for the
I don't actually remember that time. I think I was very busy. Oh, I actually was, yes. Oh yeah, the graphics in this game are horrible.
Promise of making MMOs great again. In this niche within a niche of superhero MMO games, 3 different projects popped up vowing to do the same thing, to bring back the glorious feeling of City of Heroes. They were called City of Titans, Valiance Online, I think, and then the culprit for today, Ship of Heroes. All 3 of these projects went through the same goal of trying to find money, find people to work on them, and also find an audience. And none of them did a particularly great job to my knowledge. But at that time, remember, in the mid-2010s, there seemed to be a reason for these games to exist. Fast forward 2019, 6 years ago, and someone exposes that there's just been private servers running for City of Heroes for years, specifically one called Homecoming. This was a wonderful moment because if, like me, you loved City of Heroes, you could just go play the game, albeit unofficially, but running with impunity from the original IP owners. It's still around. They know about it. It's been around for a while. If you wanted a unique, cool, super classic superhero-themed MMO, you can have it. Unfortunately for the 3 fan-made copycats I just listed, including Ship of Heroes, they now had no reason to exist. Imagine this. You stood in front of the drink fountain. You see that Coca-Cola's right there, you know, the premium. It's free. You can have unlimited refills. Just drink as much as you want. And then right next to it is store brand, you know, Walmart, Happy Shopper, whatever in your country, knockoff version, but it's $60 for a glass and $15 per refill. You've got to ask yourself, who the fuck is paying for and drinking the knockoff worse version? When you copy something, You need the previous thing to either not exist or you need to do it better, or
Yeah.
at least differently enough that you can have your own audience.
That's what Blizzard used to do. They take something that someone else did and made it better. It's that simple.
If your copy is just it, but a shadow, just worse, who's going to play it? And then add on your more expensive as well. There's no place in the market for this. So to end an incredibly negative video, because what else could it be? I thought I'd look at what other people were saying. The ones who, like me, were brave enough to go to the store page and spend $60 freedom to try this pile of shit. The reviews are, as you would have guessed, mostly negative. And then there's 37% of people that said, yeah, thumbs up, guys, positive reviews. But if you read them, most of them read like AI or somebody that's, you know.
Of course it's AI. They had 100 people max player count. Do you really think anyone likes this game? No one likes this game.
Reading from a teleprompter with a Kalashnikov pointed to the back of their head. It's just a negative review, but then they give it a thumbs up and say, hopefully the game will be much better, but it isn't. It's like eating a plate of shit and saying, yeah, I'd recommend that if they remove the shit, clean the plate and put a nice steak on it. You're not reviewing the thing. You're not recommending the thing. You're recommending something that doesn't exist currently. So I don't know how these are even positive reviews in the first place. They're saying the price is bad, the game is bad, but hey, maybe in the future it won't be, which is about as useful as this game is fun. So for a little extra context, just everything about this game's weird. You know, go look at the system requirements and you'll find something freaky, and not the almost AI generated, you know, PlayStation 1 textured faces that are right next to it.
Let's look at it. It's right here. Wait, what? Minimum system requirements. 64-bit processor. Okay, operating system Windows 10 or 11. 16 gigabytes of memory. An NVIDIA GTX 1080 for that? Jesus. DirectX 11. 35 gigabytes of RAM, of space, Jesus. Recommended 32 gigabytes of RAM. An RTX 3000 series? Or an Radeon RX 6600 or above? Jesus. Yeah, this is ridiculous for a game like that. This makes no sense. Unless it's super unoptimal. Oh. This might be a hidden cryptocurrency miner. And that's why they need those graphics cards.
But the system requirements of an 8th generation 4.7 gigahertz or higher processor, 32 gig of RAM, a 3000 series NVIDIA card, and 35 gig of drive space.
I didn't know they stacked shit that high.
For reference to how insane this is, look at what the game looks like. City of Heroes came out in 2004 and you could probably play it on your smart fridge at this stage. You've got to wonder what they're using all that power for, because again, the game doesn't even work. But I guess that's it, to be honest. There's probably not much more that needs to be said. But I will say, I'm going to pull one positive out of this one here, because there's not much else that could be, because the game is awful. But something good did come out of playing it. I did get my refund, but I was also reminded of a video series I started back in 2019 called Dead Worlds, where I just go and find online games. It didn't have to be an MMO, just an online game that was still officially playable, that had a very low population. Whether it never had a high population and it was just obscure, whether it was bad, whether it had just fallen out of favor over time. And I think I'd like to have that series make a comeback, because unlike Ship of Heroes...
My thoughts with that go directly to Age of Conan. which was my second favorite MMORPG. I played it for a couple of years. It was great. I even raided. Successfully even. It was so fun.
I'm sure there's some weird, wacky, or at the very least fun and interesting games out there that time's forgotten but still somehow exist. But I guess that's it for this one. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you are sitting there in your vintage Spider-Man Jim Jams clutching your original box of City of Heroes, I still have mine somewhere at my parents' house, so I'm right there with you. If that's you, just go and play City of Heroes Homecoming. No one is making MMOs anymore, not like they used to. If what you're looking for is a game from the 2000s, you're better off playing the games from the 2000s. Or better yet, go and make a homemade Superman outfit and run around in your garden. That's probably better than playing this because you'll get a bit of exercise and it won't cost you $60 plus $180 per year. I don't like tearing down indie developers, but I also hold them to a standard because I support indie games.
You should hold them to a standard.
Spent thousands of dollars backing games on Kickstarter. I promoted games on Kickstarter. I promoted games in early access. Whenever you do it right, I'll be right there with you. If your game's good, if there's a vision there, even if it's not currently as good as it needs to be, then I'm all for supporting that. But hobbies aren't charity, and this game not only has no reason to exist, it's also run by what seems like some really unpleasant people, judging from their handling of criticism over something as simple as the game's cost, which a lot of people were being really nice about and just saying it's not worth this, it's not going to sell a lot, it's not going to do well. And their response was, no, it is, you're wrong, get banned, and our community's fine with it. As we've seen, that community can't have been fine with it unless they have no community, because there's no fucker playing this game, and there won't be in the future. If you paid for a yearly subscription, I'm sorry to say, but this game won't be around in a year, and if it is,
I would be surprised if it's around in 3 months.
Definitely won't be with a box price and a subscription fee. Anyway, that's about it for this one. Thanks for watching. Hopefully my video gave you more enjoyment than my time playing the game. And hopefully the money does clear for the refund, because if not, I'll probably need a Ship of Heroes to assist me, because parting with that money for this game would be a robbery of epic proportions that would need heroes to see it right. See you on the next one. Peace.
Yeah, this my God. What a shit show. Jesus Christ. And I almost clicked on the forbidden Discord. The forbidden private Discord account. I would actually recommend for video editing Shotcut, because it works. It works. It's simple, it works. You can have text on the screen, you have other stuff. It's good. It's free. It's open source. Just like OBS. Bruce Watson, the final shit is having a teaching session. Yeah. The only reason I didn't interact with you guys is because I would have to cut the stuff out of the video, and that would be so much work. That's the only reason. No, the little only reason. Let's watch something else. Well, actually, let's read the chat. I think I missed something. By the way, who's Celine? Who are you talking about? Is that a well-known streamer I need to know? And without being sexist, one thing that surprises me is that I didn't post the message that I posted here also in Kick. That was weird. But yeah, Jesse, I would suggest, if you doing YouTube, never show your face until you are 18. Never. Be careful about what you post. Decide what kind of content you want to make and make a channel about that. Don't do what I do. Don't be a multi-stuff person that's putting stuff out, because that's actually hindering my growth. I'm aware of that, but I still do it. Because I don't want to only do one thing. That would make me go crazy. And I would avoid music and videos. Unless you are for sure you can use it. I know that there are tracks that you can use without King China NA. I have no idea what you are referring there. I have no idea. I, like I said, I have no idea, Jesse. I have no clue what you're talking about. Oh, it's a song. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, when I watch YouTube Shorts, I always have about 2 songs in the videos that are so catchy that all get me right up. It's bad. What do we do next? Ooh. I scientifically explain why guys play as girls on video games. We gotta do this. This gotta be fun. I hope. I hope it's gonna be fun. Oh my god, yeah. By the way, that's the reason why I played the Marvel Rivals. And I'm not even joking. It is the reason. And I remember only play the actual fun games. Either it's scary or whatever, but remember, never catch YouTube attention. If it's bad, like it's a bad YouTube itself comment that you would. What? The thumbnail. Yeah, the thumbnail is good. The thumbnail is good.
Are you a boy or a girl? A common question that many video games ask the player to answer. But in the
Or in these days, in Western games, are you body type 1 or 2?
world of video games, you don't have to pick the option that matches what's in your pants, leading to many game boys playing as game girls, and vice versa. But I'm gonna focus on why guys play as gals because there's not as much data on why women play as men, and because I myself am a manly man who can speak from experience on this. Alright, let's crunch.
My theory, from myself playing girls all the time, I like to look at them. And that's pretty much it. I like to look at them. That's it. If I play a game for 20, 30, 100 hours, 200 hours, 1,000 hours, I want to look at something that looks nice.
Some numbers. Overall, a majority of players like to play as the same gender as themselves. Shocker, I know. What can I say? People love to insert themselves into the video games that they play, and according to my driver's license, gender is a part of your identity. I'm the same way with my very accurate self-insert. Now, I know I probably blew your minds with that knowledge bomb, but let's get a little dirty with the details. I'm not gonna bore you by breaking down all of the data.
You mean the curves? The curves, the clothes. I like to dress up girls. And I can't do that in, real life with real nice, attractive women. So I do it in games. And some other stuff that I might talk about sometime. Flat or curvy. I like both. I like my woman with the brick tatas and the flat ones. It just, it all depends. If the woman is nice, the woman is nice. Play like Doki Doki Literature Club. Me side. Let me search some more games for you. uh, mm. You play the games that you think would be fun to play and watch others play.
Data that I found, but you can see it on screen here. What I do want to draw your attention to is that 29% of males almost does.
Wait, data for data.
But you can see it on screen.
How would you identify yourself? Male, female, prefer to self-describe? In general, when creating, selecting a character, what gender do you prefer? Prefer male character. Males? Yes. Yes. Okay. Prefer female characters. Okay. Most women play female characters. Most males play male characters. Prefer non-binary and non-binary gender characters. Oh, of course, only the non-binary and non-gender people want that primarily. And then the same people also mostly second place play woman. Oh, of course. And then there's a small minority that have no preference. Okay. Okay. Good data.
Here. What I do want to draw your attention to is that 29% of males, almost a third, prefer to play as a female character.
I mean, look at them. The thing is, both are hot in different ways. She's the cute hot, you know, that you cuddle, and this is the fit, strong hot that you pin down. While she looks at you angrily while she pulls you in with her legs. If you get what I mean. There's only two genders. Things like that. Can you get banned? Oh my god, how can you?
Impossible. Meanwhile, only 9% of the ladies prefer to gender swap digitally. Now, 29% is a high amount of men that prefer to play as a female character. So,
yeah, not as this. One reason why I didn't play Cyberpunk is because I hate the world. And with the world, I mean the society it plays in.
why is that? Well, much like why I'm never gonna be a famous movie star. There's multiple reasons for that, and I'll be covering them based off of studies and info from my community. And if you're a guy that prefers to play as a gal, let me know why down in the comments. Alright, let's start with the most obvious reason that you're probably already thinking of. Physical attraction. Much like how magnets can pull in metal.
The small hitboxes, yeah, Hans, that's not the case anymore. And that's other.
So too can a good-looking character model pull in the.
Oh, yes. Oh my god, this is a Marvel's Rivals character. Oh my god, this is so good. This is so good.
The elusive male gamer. It's as simple as that for some guys. When given the choice, they'd rather see an attractive, curvy woman on screen than a chiseled, buffed up stud muffin. Although, nope, don't get distracted by the cake. It's as they say, if I'm gonna
Yes, the reason why I played this game.
be looking at someone's butt for most of the playthrough, I'd rather it be one I want to be looking at. So it's no surprise that this reason was the most voted on in the poll for my community. And
Oh my god. I love pens like that, by the way. I love them. But she's not Asian.
to be looking at. So it's no surprise that
Okay. Okay, working on next video, blah blah blah. 44% because girls are attractive. 24% their fashion choices are better. Yeah, because it feel more comfortable. Okay, order. Okay. Yeah. You're getting flashback, yes. Female characters literally harder to see. Well, yeah, because they're smaller. Wait, is that Tifa? Yes, that is Tifa. That is Tifa. Of course it's Tifa. Tifa is super hot.
This reason was the most voted on in the poll for my community. And honestly, I can't argue with that logic, and there's nothing wrong with that, as at the end of the day, it's just a video game. I know I've picked the female options sometimes just because they're easier on the eyes. And when I was a
Yes, exactly that's why.
teenager, I sometimes bought whole games just because of how
Yes, of course. Of course. I mean, that's literally why the women are there. So you buy it. Like, literally, that's the reason. Did you know, by the way, that Tomb Raider originally was a man? They changed it during development because the developers didn't want to look at the guy all the time. I asked a guy who's the most searched game female character, and guess who show up? Yeah, I would guess Tifa. Yeah, I mean, I have seen Tifa, you know, I have seen things of her. Yes, of course people want her.
Hot Girl was on the box art. Shout out to Mr. Mosquito, because I bought that game solely because of this image. And that definitely wasn't the only video game decision that I made because of my hormones. I remember having my parents buy me Mass Effect solely because of the romance scenes that I heard about when my dad left Fox News.
To be fair, that was also one reason why I got the games. And I think I romanced one of the girls. Yeah, I think one. Yeah. And I don't even remember which one. You got them right, it's Tifa. Yes, it's Tifa. Of course it's Tifa. Oh my god, look at this. It's a SE Xbox. New video game features full digital character nudity. It didn't. At least I don't remember it. I don't remember it. Yeah, I completely don't. Huh.
On during breakfast.
It's made for Microsoft's Xbox system, and it features in some parts of this, you'll see full digital nudity.
So that was a lie.
And yes, teen rape.
Yes, it was a lie. No wonder I don't remember it. And yes, she's super hot. She's super hot. Was my favorite woman. Second is Valentine from Resident Evil 2. Her name was Claire, right? I don't really remember.
Rave did try to have both Ashley and Liara. Hormonal Rave did not care that she was a space racist, I guess.
It's not racism, not really.
Contrary to some people's opinions online, gamers are people at the end of the day, and most people like looking at someone that won the genetic lottery.
Yep.
See, now you're either looking at Scarlett Johansson or Ryan Reynolds, and not me. Point proven. Now with that in mind, a guy may prefer to play as a female character.
Yes. I like this character, by the way, because obvious reasons.
Because that's what he's attracted to. And you can bet that this works in developers' favor too, since hot people can sell just about anything in dev.
They can. I mean, for the ones who weren't there in the 90s and before, there was a saying which meant sex sells. And it does. It did in the past, it does now, and it will in the future. Now, feminists don't like that, because feminists are ugly and jealous. That Redfield?
Know this. It's why there are whole games dedicated to thick anime girl jiggle physics, why fighting game characters dress and
I like onesies. Oh my god, they are so...
look like this, and why every conversation with Miranda in Mass Effect 2 focuses on her genetically enhanced assets, rather than her Michael Jackson face. Seriously, they did Yvonne dirty in this game. Not to mention when a big portion of gamers with a lot of time on their hands are teens, it's no surprise
20% of gamers are under 18. Who could have guessed?
how some female skins in games like Fortnite or Marvel Rivals
Oh boy.
may appeal to the hormonal teenager.
What do you mean teenager? They appeal to me. I'm 43. This is appealing to me. Because look at it. Look at it. Of course that appeals to me.
I mean, look at these examples. Fortnite is a third-person shooter, so this is what you're gonna be looking at most of the time. So Epic knows exactly what they're doing here. Many teens probably spent their allowance on these skins when they were available. And speaking of which,
If I would be a teenager and I would play Fortnite, I would also pay money to get a nice looking skin for my female character, of course. I would do that too. I mean, I would do that now if I would play the game, but I don't. By the way, I played Fortnite a little bit. No, it's not, no.
Expensive are these skins anyways? 2,000 V-Bucks for a Hank Hill set? That's like, $15. Yeah, I'll just stick to the default skins, cause I ain't made of money. Oh, and speaking of Fortnite, I haven't played
That's a huge problem. That stuff is so expensive.
it in years. So what the heck happened to it? It looks like YouTube kids puked all over it. It seems like every time I blink, games and websites just change drastically. Like, I didn't know that YouTube had a new hype button, did you? If you did, hit it, it'll help the video. Now, attraction.
Wait, what? You learned something? Is there anywhere a hype button? Actually, let's see. But wait, no, I wouldn't be able to do it on my stuff anyway. So yeah, let's not.
Can't encompass the only reason, as it doesn't take into account games that are primarily in first person or that have a younger main character. Oh god, I hope it doesn't apply to younger main characters. Speaking,
It does. Sometimes, but for different reason. If it goes for younger characters, it's more a thing of cuteness. Because kids are cute. But also the thing is, people that play games like this are mostly women. So at the end it doesn't matter anyway. My skin in PUBG is a nurse. But I got dressed for a hotter nurse. But it don't max the limit like crossing the line. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I have seen an Asmongold short with about a kill in PUBG where a hot chick did a handstand and split her legs, and then the dude from her team popped up in between her legs and shot the enemy. Only PDS like them? No. No. I like children. They're adorable if they're raised well, which these days is almost impossible. But yeah, kids, puppies, kittens, they're all the same. They're adorable. They're cute. Yeah. That's all that there is. Now, if you dress, a girl that looks like she's 8 in hot pants and stuff like that, and a belly-free top, yeah, no. But I've seen a girl around here running around like that. If I can guarantee you, she lives in a household without a father, 100%. But one time I got a very hard to explain dress from a crate, and at the time my brain got to the of war. Yeah, I can see that. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Hans. Yes.
Speaking of titles with younger playable characters, you ever notice how a ton of YouTube videos about Pokemon have the player using a female character, even if they're a guy IRL? Well,
Because they are cute. Because they are cute. And you can dress them up in a cute way. And I mean, are there some pedos out there that do that? Oh, of course. Of course. But dang, all the married women plus 40 that dress up in a school uniform to get their husbands hot? What about that? That, by the way, for the ones who don't know, was an absolute normal trope in sitcoms and comedies back in the day. And the bad part won. Even I'm at the good side. Yeah. The thing is, lust is not a bad thing as long as you have control over it. That's the thing. Lust is only a bad thing if you don't control it. The more you learn, the more you know.
I think that's because of my second reason. Fashion. This one is obviously more subjective, but it definitely impacts some people's decision on the character they're gonna play. And
Yes. Like this. This looks awesome. I like this.
can kinda speak with this on authority, because as you can see, I only wear the most fashionable of clothing. Now I can't be the only one that thinks that the ladies are blessed with better style options in video games, right? They just slay in a variety of cute, cool, and fancy get-ups. Meanwhile, the guys mostly get a variety of
Yeah, male armor in video games, female armor in video games. Yes, of course. That's why a lot of people want to play this. Me too. Me too. I mean, I remember playing Escape. No. Oh God, how was it called? Age of Conan. All my characters there are female. And you can dress them, you can literally have a tank, a warrior, wearing nothing but the weapon. And the game had nudity, like you were only there in underwear. And the top, there was no top. Full upper body nudity. It was great. It was great. Tatas everywhere. And the chat called you Guna Hans. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't they?
edgy costumes. Oh, God forbid a guy looks cute. And since this was the second most popular option in my poll, I guess I'm not alone in thinking this. Games like Pokemon, Monster Hunter, and various other RPGs may in some guys' opinions just give cooler or more stylish
Look, that's cute.
clothing options to females, so they choose to roll that over a guy. Heck, I remember changing my character in Monster Hunter Worlds to a woman just because of the outfits. I mean, look at this, it's like an awesome battle wedding dress thing, or maybe it's meant to be a nun, I don't know, but whatever it is, it's cool. There's something about battle dresses that I just find awesome. Oh, and this fashion reason doesn't just apply to base games. Mods are also guilty of preferring female fashion over dudes' duds as well.
Of course. Because of all the Gunas. All the Gunas. Which, by the way, would have applied to me a couple of years ago. And the female got more dressed than guys. Of course. You can make more money with nice clothing for the female characters. Because women want the nice clothes for the characters. And the dudes also want the nice clothes for their characters. So you can't lose. You literally can't. And it's not like that women don't like these. Like women gamers, they like stuff like that. It's not like the woman sitting there seeing attractive female in a game and they're like, oh my god, that's so disgusting, it's so sexist. No, they are like, ooh, that's nice. Because they aren't retarded cunts.
Well, For instance, when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, I found the hair and clothing options to be a bit lacking. So I headed on over to Nexus Mods for some modifications to add some extra options. And oh boy, did I find so few mods for the male characters, but way more feminine-focused hair options, faces, and clothing choices.
Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, this looks so nice. So nice.
And yes, I did see those other mods for the lady models that I did not install and cannot show on screen, but you know what I'm talking about, you freaks. Now,
Yes. Yeah. Oh, she wears glasses. Ah, by the way, I like women with glasses. I think glasses are super hot on women. But it depends on the glasses, not the mentally illness glasses.
all those extra options almost made me roll a female character, until I decided to play a balding Dark Urge Gnome Bard that's named Ganoin. I think I made the right call. Even when there are equal amounts of clothing and hair options for male and female characters, sometimes women's clothing just looks better. It is so true in real life in my opinion, and I would love to show you some real life examples, but when Googling, I get the most boring examples. I did not want multiple images of the same jean and shirt style, Google. Thanks. But assuming you go outside
that's boring.
and touch grass and go to parties, you know what I'm talking about. Now, where was I? Oh yeah. Dresses and skirts just have so many different forms that can fit into a variety of game worlds like
Yes, and it's awesome. I personally like shopping for clothes for women clothes. I think that's nice. And I list names for my son, and guess what guy names is like 3 and girl's names is like 30. And one of them is Miyari. You have a son? Good to know. I will probably forget that within 5 seconds.
ancient, modern, fantasy, and much more.
I had 2 stresses. A future son. Okay, future son. Back to the dresses. I had 2 stresses, but I still have them for my characters. And yes, I also played Blood Elf.
Yet guy outfits are usually not as flexible for a ton of different fashion varieties. A suit and male armor look good, but there's only so much you can do with it before you get tired of seeing something cool or edgy. Then on top of that, sometimes women just look better in the same outfit compared to men. It's not fair that they can pull off suits and skirts. Meanwhile, my hairy legs would ruin a skirt so badly that I'd be jailed for war crimes. And I'm not Scottish enough to pull off a kilt. Anyways, this fashion bias then bleeds into video games, with female options having more clothing choices.
Oh my god, it looks so cute. So cute. Which I think it also is one reason why everyone likes anime girls. Their cute fashion, which you don't see out there. To be fair, I today saw actually a woman that was dressed almost in a combination of pink and white. That looked good. But she also had pink hair and a lot of piercings in her face. So I know she fucked in the head. And she was older. Like, I would guess over 30. Or at least she looked like that. So yeah, this looks great. But also, man, I wouldn't let my girlfriend or wife run around like that outside without me. To be quite frankly, I wouldn't allow that.
Choices that are cool, cute, serious, or just plain old fashionable. So for some guys, they prefer to play a girl character so they can live out their dreams of being able to afford amazing fashion varieties without creating tons of waste and backing underpaid labor.
By the way, I can guarantee you, that's all woman clothes. Because men don't just, we don't just buy a ton of clothes and then we send half of it back. Because that's clothes that was sent back. Like 1930 fashions of guys for guys. Yeah, I prefer the old fashion for men too. I actually would like to get traditional fashion of Silesia, or how we call it in German, Schlesien, where about 50% of my family is from. I would like to have that, but stuff like that is actually expensive, and I have to, you know, I don't have the money for that yet.
Overseas. Seriously, quick fashion is awful IRL, but video game fashion avoids all that extra baggage as well as the hefty price tag. And a quick tip for you, donate your old clothing if you can, folks. You get a tax break, you help people, and you cut down on the waste in landfill.
You get a tax break? That what? Well, maybe where you are from, but here no.
It's a triple win. Alright, so those are the visual reasons that a guy may choose to play as a gal. But now let's consider the advantages of this decision that a dude may consider. To explain this, I need to go back in time to the mid to late 2000s, when old school RuneScape was new school, and WoW was at its peak with Wrath of the Lich King.
Ah, the good old times. Though I didn't play Wrath of the Lich King, I played... oh god, I forgot the name again. Age of Conan, Hibernian Adventures. I have the box of the game right there on a shelf. I completely forgot about that.
You're a new player walking through the streets of Varrock and you see a guy type the famous line, "Buying GF." And you think to yourself, it's kinda weird to buy a fictional girlfriend, but whatever. Then in WoW, you find some scantily clad night elves dancing their dirty knife-eared models off in Stormwind Capital for gold. And you think to
Yes. Yes, they did.
yourself, do guys give girls free stuff in games?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. 100%. I know it. I know that.
And the answer is yes, of course they do. And that's why some dudes play as a chick, so they can get those free goodies from simps that just can't get enough of those polygons. In some cases, the girlfriend bot or the night elves dancings may be girls IRL, or they may be girls or a guy in real life just looking for perks. And for those of you too young to know, that was a real term used back in the day, but we've kind of moved past that. In some games,
Really? It was? Not in Germany. So I didn't get it, I guess.
particularly MMOs, these are some real potential advantages that some male players may pursue, but not the only advantage.
Oh my god, yes, the fan art. Oh my god, yeah. By the way, this is a Draenei, and Draenei are so hot.
Advantages playing as a female character can have. As
If you're in the mommy kind of stuff, the Draenei are where it is, because they are like 8 feet tall. So they even drove me with my formerly 5'11" or 180 centimeters, now 179 centimeters.
it was found in some studies when searching for guilds or groups, it may be easier for a female character to find one, as a player may have a bias to act more chivalrous or charitable to a potential girl gamer. Maybe just because they want to be nice, or maybe because they want to flirt in group chat, who can say? And that flirtation can also be leveraged if desired to help go beyond raids and dungeons, but also carry them through harder quests and farming. Now that's not to say that playing as a female character is all loot drops, simps, and free gold, as it can also have the opposite effect of leading to harassment and negative comments by some guys online.
Yes, of course. It's not only guys. Not only guys. One time I searched for art for a character and I scrolled too deep. Yes. Yes. That's actually very easy. Very easy.
So it's kind of a double-edged sword. But assuming you stick to text chat and avoid online shooters, you can at least minimize this, since according to a 2020 study, female players in online shooters receive 3 times more negative comments compared to male players. And
yeah, but most of them because a lot of times that happens because they are worse players. Because, you know, hand-eye coordination, you know, and finding your way and stuff like that. Women are worse at that. You saw some things you never was meant to see. Yeah, I guess.
really, we all
I personally have seen so much stuff. I almost don't get bothered by anything anymore. Which is bad. Like, really bad.
knew shooters were more toxic than those hot dogs you see spitting at gas stations. Seriously, who buys these? But they'll never reach the peak toxicity of Xbox Live on the original Xbox. Ah, good times. Now there's another potential advantage in multiplayer-focused games that a dude could experience by playing as a dudette. Underestimation. It seems that
Yes, that's true.
some players view girls as easier targets in PvP-focused modes. And since these PKers can't feel good about themselves unless they're ruining someone's day, they may target female characters. So some experienced male players have taken to using a female model in order to lure other PvPers out. That may overextend because they see a girl as an easier target. And I don't agree with this mindset at all. If I see someone in
But yeah, it's a game and not real life. In real life, yeah, of course. They're easy prey.
a PvP focused mode, I'm running like it's Ted Bundy themselves, boy or girl. I'm just trying to train my prayer, leave me alone. So next time you see a girl in the RuneScape wilderness, don't underestimate them. Now there's one other potential advantage to using a female model that originally I wasn't going to include, but enough people mentioned it in the poll that I posted that I've got to talk about.
I bet we are now with the hitbox. What Hans said. OG Xbox? Did that bro saw Call of Duty back in the day? I saw Vid in Call of Duty. An old Call of Duty, and the players is something. Yeah. Man, I played Call of Duty 1. I played it for the story, by the way. Because I didn't have internet, and my brother got the game too, and then we played against each other, when I remember correctly. I don't remember how that went. He got angry at me when we were playing Warcraft 3 though, because I beat him, and he got angry. Yeah.
About it.
Good times.
And that's hitboxes. So the idea is that since a woman's game model is usually smaller than a man's, that must mean that a woman's hitbox is also smaller, thus making them harder to hit. So some guys will play with a female skin just to get a slight edge in particular video games. Now, is this an actual thing? Heck if I know. Do I look smart enough to be a video game developer to you? But regardless of whether it's a real advantage or not, guys still use it as a reason to gender bend online, so it bears mentioning. Alright, next up I want to bring up a niche region to get in touch with your feminine side in story-focused games that let you choose your gender, and that's voice acting. When a game
And the players on multiplayer is good at playing, but at speaking, they're legend level. Are they? Okay, let's look at them. Look at them. Both look cool. I actually played the male version, to be fair. Wait, I played both? I played both? Oh. Okay. But I prefer her. Just because she's hot. That's all I need.
has a male and female VA, the tone, delivery, and sound of the voice acting is going to be different, obviously. And for some people, in most cases, they prefer the female voice over the male one.
Sounds great.
Games like Fallout 4 with Courtney Taylor as the sole survivor, Cyberpunk 2077 with Jeremy Lee as V, and Mass Effect with Jennifer Hale as Femsha are all amazing voice actresses with tons of people picking the female character because of their performance. Now, that's not to say the male voice actors are bad, they rock the mic too, it's just a preference thing. I mean,
do they though? Do they?
When I heard that the female voice actress for the Trooper in Star Wars The Old Republic was the same as Femship, I had to play as a woman just because of that.
I'm a charming person. What can I say?
Do I sound like that?
As long as I've known you, yeah.
Okay, how many times am I gonna bring up Mass Effect in this video? Obviously, this preference doesn't apply to all players or even cross-alt games for some people, but when a ton of games feature the gruff and tough male voice in game, it's no surprise that some players will pick a female voice when given the chance. Especially if the voice actor is someone who voiced a favorite character of yours from something else. For example, V is the same voice as Makoto in Persona 5, Fimshep is Bastila in Knights of the Old Republic, and the sole survivor is Jack in Mass Effect. Gosh dang it, I did it again!
Man, do I have to I think I have to say it. Jack is the only female character with tattoos as I like. And yes, I'm aware that she's crazy. I mean, why the hell do you think she has tattoos? I like that bitch.
So if you grew up with those games or are just big fans of them, knowing that these characters' VAs play the main character is gonna hold some weight. So while it's probably not the biggest factor for some people deciding to play as a woman,
it's not non-existent for me. The thing is, I don't play games on German anymore because I can't stand the voices. They're so, yeah, no. And I don't really care for the English voice actors. I mean, when they do their job good, great. If they're doing their job bad, I hate that. You know, it's kind of whatever to me.
Still bears mentioning. Now, the next reason is something that I've coined macho fatigue. You know how I mentioned that some players may pick the female character because it's a nice break from the male voice in games where you can't pick your gender? Well, take that and crank it up to 11. When you've got fantastic games like Red Dead Redemption 2, God of War 2018, The Last of Us, and more, where you play as a sad dad that lost a kid and slowly learns to open up emotionally over the course of the game, you may want to play something a bit less testosterone-fueled. So you play as a woman. Now that's not to say that female characters can't be as violent and emotionally distanced as the
Well, duh, have you ever met single mothers? I dated single mothers. I'm the son of a single mother. I'm the brother of a single mother. I basically know almost nothing else than women being violent. So, yeah. Of course they can be that.
male characters, especially when at the end of the day, you control and guide the character, male or female. It's just to say that for some guys, playing as a female gives them a safe environment for them to play a little bit more emotionally in tune. It sounds stereotypical, and that's kind of cause it is, but it is the mindscape of some people. But in reality, it's just a way for them to explore a more emotional side to them by framing it as being a woman. TBH, this group is probably a very small portion, and while it is stereotypical, it does still give them a way to express a side of themselves that they may not show IRL, and could be helpful in a way, so whatever. Games, while fictional, can create real emotional responses where it can help you understand how to deal with grief, care for those less fortunate, or they just really tug on your heartstrings. And if playing as a girl—
Oh yeah, they do, yeah. There were situations in games, story-wise, where I almost cried. Because I like the characters a lot, like Tali in Mass Effect, when she, when she ended herself. That completely shocked me. I needed to take a break from the game after that. And yes, spoilers. For an almost 20-year-old game. Yeah. Oh, man. Still today, that's like, oh my god, yeah, no. No, I don't even want to think about that.
Girl helps people be a little bit more responsive to those lessons, then I'm okay with that. Alright, the last reason is a big one, and it's sexuality and gender. If you didn't know, some biological males are gay or trans, and personally prefer to play as a woman character because it just feels more comfortable. And no, I'm not saying that any guy that plays as a girl is either gay or trans.
Not that there's anything wrong with
that. Doesn't even make any sense.
that.
You live your life however you want, and if playing as a woman helps you better express yourself, then go for it. What I am saying is that it makes sense and has some juicy data backing it. In a 2020 study, they found that trans players expressed that the character creation aspect of a game helped them better explore their gender identity. And many trans women even expressed that their first experience living as a woman was through some digital avatar. And in a VR study, it concluded that 71% of participants found VR social spaces to be more comfortable when presenting their gender identity. You can also be...
Yeah, because no one looks at them and sees a man. I mean, I would guess I saw a trans woman on Monday on the bus, and that was very obviously a trans woman because looked like a dude with horrific hair colors and way to dress. Of course, that person would rather, you know, be online, actually looking like a woman. Yeah, of course.
A furry with huge eyes and bazongas.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
As for Gaiman, an EverQuest 2 survey found that homosexual players were more likely to gender swap than heterosexual players. Games are all about escapism, so they can help people with different gender identities or sexualities truly express themselves. Isn't that why we play video games anyways? To experience being somebody we'd rather be? For example, I don't play Animal Crossing just cuz. I do it to experience being a homeowner, which I'd rather be, but that's not happening anytime soon.
Unless the market collapses, which it won't. The government doesn't want that.
Now, I know that I said that that was the last one, but I do actually have one more that I found that I couldn't fit anywhere else, and that
Oh, here it comes.
reason is comedy and irony. Some guys just find it funny to play as a girl, not because being a woman is inherently funny, but because playing as the opposite gender can be kind of hilarious. It's a trope in cartoons for a reason.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Totally. 100% I can see that, yes. 100%. Absolutely.
Oh.
Well, you know what I think? Who cares what you think? You're a girl now.
That's so good. That's so good.
I don't know how to explain this other than saying that some guys just find it pretty funny to play as a woman and joke about how NPCs are just so into them and how they are just so hot and pretty. I've seen plenty of YouTubers make those kinds of jokes and they're pretty funny in context, and I don't know what to say.
And my eye makeup is like running down my face. You know why?
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh no. We all know why. It went too deep. When it's so deep, it hurts. Oh.
It's like how a girl may play as a guy and joke about how handsome they are and how totally massive their wang is, which I have also heard and laughed with. It's some easy, funny humor, and with a group of friends, it can make a play session even more fun. And those are all of the main reasons that a guy may choose to play as a gal in a video game. But I'm not done yet. Because while there is less data on this, I did get some info from my community on why a woman may choose to play as a man, so let's fire those off real quick. A woman...
Because she's horny. Or she doesn't want to be harassed. I think that's these are the two reasons.
A woman may play as a guy to avoid potential harassment or different treatment, good or bad, just because she's a girl. Or perhaps they too like looking at a nice attractive model, and for them, a male model fits the bill best. Then again, maybe they just feel more comfortable playing as a man. Or they prefer more cool and edgy looking outfits, and male attire tends to lean that way more. To really
Good night, Jesse.
summarize it from what I heard in my poll and what I read online, all the reasons that a guy may play as a gal are the same reasons that a gal may play as a guy. But for some reason, there's a higher percentage of guys that are influenced by these factors when compared to the ladies, and that reason eludes me. Maybe guys just care more about playing as somebody that they find physically attractive. Or maybe...
Yes. We want to look at someone that's attractive to us. And that's woman. Now, what would be interesting is to actually find out if the guys that play as man or woman, you know, if they are, you know, in relationships or, you know, virgins and stuff like that. That would be interesting. Because I can tell you, even though I had the looks, I wasn't a womanizer. So that might also be a factor why I played a lot of female characters, you know? You can't have it in real life, so you have it in the game. Might also be a factor.
Since many games that only have a single character choice feature a male protagonist, this causes a lot of guys to choose to play as a woman when given the chance, thus causing the difference. Or maybe it's something else entirely, or a combination of all the reasons. Let me know what you think. Okay, now that is everything on why a guy may choose to play as a gal digitally. I hope you learned something, and know that it's more than okay to play as whatever gender you want to online for whatever reason. If you liked the video, remember to like, subscribe, and hype the video. These plugs are just getting longer and longer, and I hate it. Oh, and comment any other video suggestions down below. The next video is either going to be about Night City, GTA, or Spore. I usually hold polls to, you know, gauge interest on what video ideas there are, so look out for those. But until next time, I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of the day, and stay awesome, y'all.
Y'all, nice video. Nice video. Really nice. Really, really nice. So, I'm taking a break. I'm gonna take a leak, stretch, and then we watch more videos. And until then, listen to some music. Oh. Fun fact, I only talk to in-game girls. Or talk to in-game... What? You only talk to in-game girls? That's sexist. Bo's back must felt universal after getting up. Yeah. Yeah. My back is so fucked up. I mean, I shrank 1 centimeter because of my back injury. 1 centimeter. Well, in over 10 years, but still. I'm shorter now. Which, by the way, awaits everyone that gets old. We all will shrink when getting older. We all will. And slice of cheese. Do we have something fun? Actually? Wait, where are the... I had videos put here that are about the same stuff. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, come on. They aren't here. Crap. Don't tell me. Don't tell me my watch later list is too big. My posture while holding my phone is so bad. When I straight up, I feel like I ascended. Yeah, that's my posture when I sit in front of the computer. And I do the same stuff my grandmother did, which caused her massive back problems. Which, of course, I also have. By the way, Scoochan. Crap. Oh, yeah. Here we are. Okay, we do a little so a while ago an RTS game came out. It was called how was it called? Stormgate. I played an open beta for the game. It was okay. I thought about actually buying into the game, so I have some streaming content, but I didn't, and at the end I'm thankful I didn't. Also, it looks like the game died. Like it's not really that awesome. The studio was kind of hyped up with the notion that, you know, it was made by the same people that made StarCraft 2. Well, some people worked at StarCraft on StarCraft 2, but in minor roles. So yeah. So we have this former or still professional StarCraft 2 player that does a review. So let's watch this, shall we? Shall we? Come on, load.
Stormgate, the most hyped up RTS game of the last decade, has left early access and officially launched. Despite people speculating that they only did this out of necessity for financial reasons, Frost Giant Studios themselves have said that 1v1 and campaign are both officially ready for launch. Today I'm going to be judging their 1v1 mode to see if Stormgate has really managed to turn it around from the honestly horrible reception they had going into early access last year. I'll be playing one game of each faction and just be brutally honest about everything that I don't like, as well as, of course, everything that I do like. Let's begin. Alright, the first game is Vanguard against Vanguard. Now,
by the way, if you aren't into RTS games, these games are fast and complicated. So they really aren't like you know, your Call of Duty and stuff like that. There's a lot of thinking in this game. Like a lot of thinking and a lot of doing stuff, which makes them really, really hard. It's not like a shooter where you also do a lot of stuff, but there's only a certain amount of stuff you can do at one specific moment. But here, you're literally, the more stuff you can do in a minute, the better you are. Which is extremely stressful. Extremely. At least it's fully released. Not like Yandere Sim never releases full for 12 years. Yeah. I think that game is completely dead, actually. Because of the developer having... I think there was something about... let's say, not 18 plus stuff.
I do remember the complaints that I used to have before. I think my mindset for today is that I want to go into it with pretty much a neutral mindset, right?
The game looks good. It does look good. I mean, if I look at this looks good. The UI looks good. This is good. This is fine. Completely, yes.
Because it's very easy to remember, okay, the sound used to be terrible and this used to be terrible. So the moment the sound is a little off, you're like, yeah, it's horrible. You know, I want to go in with a neutral mindset.
I don't remember the sound being horrible. The sound was completely fine.
I played 6 games, 2 of each faction last night, just to make sure I remember how it worked. And they have definitely made progress for sure. Like, I think the game overall looks a little better. The sound is better. I'm gonna say that carefully because I think the sound is still not fantastic, but it used to be just absolutely terrible, really. Like, the sound really would put me off. I would have to manually change certain sliders just so it would be manageable. I think at some point I had to turn voices off because the announcer for... Oh, this was a barracks instead of a depot. Because of the announcer being so obnoxious for Infernals, I remember it quite clearly. Now let me update you guys.
I don't remember it at all, but I also didn't play for hundreds of hours.
On something important that they did. So this game used to have creep camps. Now they don't have creep camps anymore. Now they have storm gates. So basically...
Oh, okay. That's a huge change. Being a dev of a game is not easy though. Of course it's not. I never said so. I never would say so.
What it is, it's like an objective that I want to say pops up every 3 minutes or so. It could be 5 as well, I'm not quite sure. You fight for it. If you win, you get some kind of reward from it, basically. One criticism that I didn't have right away... Ooh, I stopped building this. Actually, that's one thing that I don't like that much. In StarCraft, if you click the worker away, you automatically shift-click it back to the minerals, but here it just stops building it, so... I'm not even sure if it's a bad thing, just as a StarCraft player, for me it's a bit of a pet peeve, I guess. But on the minimap, I mean, you guys tell me where the storm gates are. If you look at it, you can see it on the minimap, but it doesn't really pop out, right? Like, it's these circles you see on the minimap right here. Those are the locations.
Yeah, they should be a different color, like blue, for example. Because the yellow blends in with everything else.
For the storm gates. But it actually took me, I want to say, a game or 3 before realizing that that's what those were. So those could pop out a little bit more. In general, I don't think the minimap is fantastic, to be honest. This is pretty consistent in RTS games, I want to say. Like, a lot of times the minimap kind of feels like a bit of an afterthought or something. Like, you know, it doesn't really pop out. The colors are a bit hard to see. In Stormgate also, it seems a bit... I don't even, you know, it's not even about the size. Like, I want to say small, but I think it just doesn't pop out enough. Like, the important stuff doesn't pop out enough for me. It kind of blends in with the colors a little bit, the storm gates as well. Now, I do like the colors and stuff. They changed it a little bit. I think this is not the standard Fog of War. It's a skin that I have.
You have to get different colors to the team, and you have to pay them to pay. Yeah, of course. I mean, but what you are saying here is just, you need money. That's not hard. It's not that hard. You get an investor, yeah. I mean, but you also have to, you know, people develop games for free. Like Beyond a Reason. Fans make the game. Like, literally, they make the game. They took the basics from Total Annihilation. They took the engine and they made the total conversion. They're making their own game for free. You recommend Broken Arrows? Sure. But I'm basically done buying games for this year, except for one, which is already planned. I already planned this year out. Well, kind of.
Guy has an expansion, but he has very much the same amount of units as me, so that probably means that my... Oh wait, my expansion is already finished, never mind. They just build very fast. Oh dude, I noticed one thing about playing Lancers. These guys are called Lancers. They don't really take that much damage from other Lancers, so you can kind of just walk into their base and start killing their workers, which feels a little weird. I'm gonna start mining Therium now. There you go, so I can make higher tech units. This guy is going up to 4 barracks right away. Ah, you also have a little bit of mineral walking in this game. That's how he walked through my Lancers there. That one is going to die. He's making a little bit of a mistake here, I think. Which is... Oh, that's the sound of the Stormgate coming online. Which is that you kind of want to be building these with more workers. And I think you can only do that with Vanguard, actually. The faction I'm playing right now. where you can build a building with as many workers as you want, basically. I'm gonna get my first tech building up here. Here we go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna show you guys one thing. I remember instantly. I just, my brain felt like there was something I wanted to criticize, but I didn't quite know what it was. It's that the health on this thing is a bit misleading. You guys can see it's losing health right now, right? You see the bar over there? Yeah, it's actually not losing health. It's the...
Yeah, I would never think that that's health. It's more energy or something like that.
Time is running down on it. Once you see it, the micro here is pretty smooth, by the way. I just want to say that. So that's a pretty nice thing as well. The health are these little colored thingies around the bar. Okay, that's where you see how much damage you've done, which side it's going to. But the first time I thought that was the health or something, so I got very, very confused about it. The reason why he's fighting me, by the way, even though he was losing this fight for a while, is because he doesn't want me to get the Stormgate for free. As you can see, the timer is running out. So, since I have a couple more units than him, or at least I did. Right now I still do, but they're 1 HP. Actually, this game is healing zones, I think. Yeah, it does have healing zones. Now I have to fight him. I'm trying to micro back my weakened Lancers, but they're all weak at this point. Makes it a little difficult. I do like this micro dance around the Stormgate, though. Like, this creates a little bit of activity. He's trying to right-click it now, so I'm gonna attack it back. So he doesn't get the effect of the Stormgate, because they can be quite significant. Now I got my range units out here, which is gonna make this fight a little nicer. Let's see how well the micro is going to be here. Yeah, the units do move a little smoother. I think they've improved the turn rates and stuff from the last time I played, so that is nice. It does look... Okay, the animation on...
It looks very smooth, I think. Like, really smooth. This looks good.
This is a little funky, I noticed that before. If you move them from side to side, it's like they just... There's no animation anymore, they just slide, you know? My opponent probably thought I was dancing on him. That was not intentional at all.
You tried a World War II RTS game and got outsmarted by the AI. Well, if it's the campaign, then that's how it's supposed to be. If it's a skirmish, then it's also how it's supposed to be. I mean... And the thing is, the AI might actually be cheating. Keep that in mind.
But alright, so far so good, I think. It was an even trade there. He's making mass Lancers, and I kind of tend to think that the people I play against, they probably have a better understanding of the meta than me, because, yeah, I just haven't played this a whole lot, really. I usually logged on like once every 3 months to play one game or something like that.
Oh boy.
I think there's a little players here that did play all this time. Oh, these exos are strong. Wow. Not bad. Okay. Oh yeah, dude. One of the best changes they've made that I freaking love, I want to tell you guys. I'm not quite sure if you noticed, because you probably forgot about that part already. Dude, these things are so strong. What? Huh. Okay, this is really crazy as a StarCraft player, because these are the Marines, but they're like slightly higher tech. So I'm not used to these things being so incredibly strong, right? Like they basically feel like they're 3 Marines in one, but that's crazy. But what I was about to say...
You were playing at max difficulty, because that's how I played, and I realized how to start from the bottom, which is normal. Yeah, playing max difficulty, I don't do that anymore. It's just tedious.
One thing that I really enjoyed is that they removed the top bar. Like the console, even by default, the console's pretty big, by the way. I'm playing on 85% console size. It's nice that you can change that. But there used to be a really big console, and then on the top as well, and it felt like you were playing... Like the game was the mini-map and the console was the game or something, because it was so massive. Now it feels like there's a lot more space. As you can see, the game is quite active. Yeah, I mean, that was the Vanguard game. Wasn't too special. We kind of killed him early because he didn't make the right units, I guess. Let's go to the Infernals. Okay, the second game is Infernal.
Yeah, I think we can skip or not. Let's actually go for this. Well, actually, no. This is boring. This is boring. We don't do this. You don't do this. That's not gonna be a video. No, this is completely boring. Completely boring. Let's do something more fun. Let's do why Stormgate failed from 3 weeks ago. Same game. Like the 6 Shermans defeat by 4 Tigers and 3 Panthers and 2 Panzer IV. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. The thing is, there are also a lot of different kinds of RTS games, you know. Ones where you build a base and units, and ones where you don't. You know, that's a lot of different stuff going on.
In early 2024, Frost Giant, an independent studio, raised more than $2 million on Kickstarter for its upcoming real-time strategy game, Stormgate. Fast forward to 2025, and Tim Morton, the studio's CEO, announced that the company is not getting the sales that they had hoped for, and several employees are already looking for their next gig.
Yeah, I can see why. Because the game wasn't very successful. I mean, it's that simple.
How do you go from next-gen RTS hype to searching for a lifeline in 2 years? Short answer,
48 people in game, oh Jesus. The tower defense game that I play has more players.
Promising, under-delivering, and burning time on resets. But to
Oh,
get the
no.
full story, we have to go quite a few years back.
Not that far back.
Okay, maybe not quite that far back. To understand Stormgate's hype, you have to understand StarCraft II. It was the long-awaited sequel to one of the most influential RTS games ever, and its competitive scene helped Twitch take off and made esports mainstream outside of Korea. However, in October of 2020, Activision Blizzard put StarCraft II into maintenance mode. The StarCraft II community was smaller than its peak, but there still was a tight-knit group of fans. Sensing an opportunity, Tim Morton, who had just left Blizzard, and Tim Campbell, who had departed much earlier in 2004, founded Frost Giant Studios later that year. Their pitch? Build a modern RTS in the spirit of Blizzard's classics. And by 2022, they had raised $35 million from venture capital.
That's a lot of money. A lot of money. I think that they should have. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure where they went wrong. The enemy base is going at all directions at front. I don't even know where to put my troops, so I just sent them all directly to the enemy base. Yeah, that's why you died, most likely.
Messaging by Frost Giant described the game as the first truly social RTS with...
Oh no, buzzwords. You know, if a developer uses buzzwords, they're fried.
Co-op modes, integrated esports, and competitive multiplayer with team battles. Literally every part of the game is meant to provide a more social experience, Morton famously said in an interview in 2022. Tim Morton also wasn't shy talking about his prior experience building StarCraft II. However, in actuality, he joined Blizzard in 2014.
So basically, when the game was almost dead.
4 years after StarCraft II was originally released. He was production lead for the final expansion pack and some of the smaller...
For the final expansion pack? You mean the one that was the worst? If people only would have known that. If people only would have known about that.
Content DLCs thereafter, but holding up StarCraft 2 as his prior game during Kickstarter pitches and investor decks was definitely a stretch.
Yeah.
Another new game announcement. We're going to announce a brand new game and universe from a new team of legendary developers. Check this out.
But they aren't legendary. That's a problem. Not even close.
Stormgate's first big public showing came at Summer Game Fest 2022 with a cinematic trailer. In the trailer, a female protagonist is researching some ancient artifacts when she suddenly gets overrun by a horde of demons.
Also joined by Frost Giants president and game director Tim Campbell, here to tell us exactly how Stormgate will delight all minds, artificial or otherwise.
Then came PC Gaming Show 2023, where Frost Giant revealed the first in-game footage. It looked a little rough, but most viewers gave it a pass since it was pre-alpha footage. Though, the bright, cartoonish visuals drew some side-eyes for looking a bit too Fortnite and not enough StarCraft.
What you've seen today is just the tip
I can
of the iceberg.
totally see
we have
that.
so much more in store.
The thing is, the Fortnite aesthetics, they look good. They do. I like especially the character designs. The problem is, that became kind of the standard for the industry. I think so. And that's the problem. Everyone either tries to be super realistic or Fortnite. And that's a problem. Now, Marvel Rivals doesn't do that. And very successfully so. They aren't either that or that. They're their own, which is great. And they still kind of have this, kind of Overwatchy vibe. With Overwatch being more on the side of Fortnite, though, in my opinion. Just opinion. But I like it. Just blowing the budget for details, maybe not even that. Maybe the studio was just too big. Maybe that's what's the problem.
We're going to be revealing a bunch of stuff about Stormgate the rest of this year. We're introducing new modes. We have 3-player versus AI cooperative mode. We have team-based competitive modes. We're going to be sharing information about our storyline and campaign.
By December 2023, expectations and hype reached a peak. Frost Giant took the stage at the Game Awards with a new cinematic, which was later revealed to have cost $650,000.
Ooh, that's expensive. Like, really expensive. Imagine if you would have put that into the game.
The response? Lukewarm at best. Criticisms around the art style being Overwatchy, mobile gamey, and lacking grit was getting louder.
Our vision is to make the most fun RTS of all time. And to us, that means a lot of different things. First, it starts with core gameplay. We're opening up the RTS experience to new players through new modes, new ways of play. Whether you like story, or you enjoy cooperative experiences, or you want to get right into ladder and play hardcore competitive, we have content for you in Stormgate.
The thing is, I have played the beta for free. I did. And it didn't do it for me. And then I've played Beyond All Reason. That game is way more complicated. As fast as this, kind of, I think. It's about the same, maybe. But it's on a way bigger scale. Like, the standard for Beyond All Reason is 8 versus 8. 8 versus 8. Like, that's massive. And I've seen matches there, teams of matches of 50 versus 50 versus 50. When they reach a new milestone on their Discord channel from users. Like, they can have matches big as that. And they run. Now, the game for the single players might not be running that great. Because there's so much going on. But it runs. It works. And then you have this game. Where the standard mode is 1v1. Where everything is all the pressure is on you as a single person. Yeah, that's not that great. And they also have co-op, which I already played. I haven't played versus against other players. With them, yes. And it worked out fine. And I think it's the actual better game. I actually do think so.
December 2023 also marked the launch of Frost Giant's Kickstarter campaign. Stormgate is fully funded to release. The message was clear. This money wasn't to finish the game, it was for stretch goals, collector editions, and beta access. The core funding, they claimed, was secured. However, later Frost Giant clarified fully funded to release actually meant fully funded to early access, not to one.
Oh. So they weren't really fully funded. So they weren't really fully funded. Who could have guessed?
1.0, not to the polished RTS they had been describing. That subtle change in definition was the first major credibility crack. The campaign absolutely crushed it and hit $100,000 in just 15 minutes and ended at $2.4 million. But that still wasn't enough. Venture capital for games had dried up, and so Frost Giant turned to yet another crowdfunding platform, Start Engine.
When was that? Do we have a date here? Nope. Sadly not. Oh, 2024. Really? That's when it was dried up? 2024? I mean, we have 2025, right? Not 2026. I'm not mistaken here. Yeah, that should have been fine.
This time, fans could buy actual shares in the studio, which Frost Giant declared to be worth $150 million.
What? They haven't released even one product. How can they be worth that much? I mean, is it all the equipment? Really? Why would it be? You have 150 million worth on equipment and yeah, I kind of don't believe that.
At that point. The investor deck they presented was optimistic to the point of absurd. For example, they told investors Stormgate would capture 50% of StarCraft 2's launch numbers because...
How would they know? They can't know that.
Many of our team members worked on StarCraft 2. They called Wings of Liberty our prior product.
Oh... That's a bold lie.
Again, Morton wasn't even at Blizzard when Wings of Liberty released. Even stranger, they justified revenue projections by citing mobile strategy titles. Clash of Clans, Rise of Kingdoms, State of Survival. Those audiences have nothing to do with PC RTS.
Yeah, not even in the slightest. Good night, Hans. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. They literally just lied. They made stuff up just Just like Greenpeace. They just pull stuff out of their ass. Wow. Thank God I didn't buy into this game.
It was a best-case fantasy scenario dressed up as market analysis. The filings also revealed the financial reality. Frost Giant had burned through over $23 million, had about $6 million left, and auditors openly questioned whether they could continue as a going concern. Translation: unless something massively changed, they were running out of money fast.
Of course. Of course.
What makes this worse is where the money was going. Frost Giant proudly announced that they had hired a real archaeologist to advise the lore. They also brought on a senior VP.
Why? Why would they hire an archaeologist? What for?
Of licensing and IP expansion, whose mandate was to explore figurines, films, and merchandising.
Why? 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 Why would you think about that when you don't even have a game? You do that after you have a game that's kind of successful. Then you go into merchandising. And only merchandising, not movies. Only merchandising. Make figurines. Yes, they will sell if they are good. Of course. I mean, waifu figurines are a thing. So why wouldn't they sell?
This was long before they had a finished campaign, but the leadership seemed more focused on making Stormgate into a franchise than finishing the actual game.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. You first finish the game. And if it's successful, you can make a franchise out of it. That's the only way it can work. The only way. There is no other way. You can have making it a franchise in the back of your head. Of course. Of course, you actually should. But your number one goal is finishing the game, having it being successful. That's the number one goal. Because of that doesn't happen. Then there is no franchise. I mean, that's not hard. I understand that. And I'm not the smartest person on the planet. And I get that. So why don't they get it?
August 2024. Stormgate hit early access on Steam. Frost Giant had spent heavily on sponsored streamers and Twitch drops to drive interest. They got the eyeballs, but what players and viewers got was a half-finished game. Multiplayer was bare bones, and the campaign was stiff, awkwardly written, and littered with placeholder art. The reception was brutal. Steam reviews said it mixed, and content creators didn't seem impressed by the state of the campaign or the game in general either.
Yeah. Like overall, I would rate the game. I would rate Stormgate pretty low. I'd probably give it like a 1 or a 2 out of 10.
Wow.
It is very, very, very unfinished from campaign to co-op to just literally the factions that you play in one-on-one.
Jesus Christ.
Frost Giant admitted later that the campaign was so bad it had to be rebuilt from the ground up.
Oh my God. These people are so incompetent. So incompetent. This is. Oh my God! How can you be this incompetent? They made the third expansion, no, the second expansion to StarCraft 2, which is the worst expansion in my eyes. So of course, yeah, makes sense.
That meant chunking months of work, including around half an hour of cinematics, and wasting millions in development time. They didn't simply iterate here, they started over. The early access release felt rushed and incomplete, and from the 2024 financial filings, We later learned why that was the case. Frost Giant drew down a $2 million loan from Silicon Valley Bank, and by releasing early access when they did, they were able to delay having to pay it back. As the negative Steam reviews kept...
You know what they should have done? Release the multiplayer, release the co-op, release the level editor so that people can make their own levels. Make the campaign later. If they had done that, they might have had a chance. But not with with releasing a campaign that's so bad that you have to completely scratch it and then make a new one. And cutscenes that and cinematics that look no one really cares about, that cost over $600,000. They wasted their money. They thought they were the next big thing without having ever made anything big before. Because they never did. Not with their team. They should have lowballed. No, yeah, this was destined to fail. Everything I see here makes you believe it was destined to fail. Because of incompetency in the top.
Pouring in, Tim Morton had a creative idea to turn the ship around. He, alongside several other key employees, wrote positive Steam reviews and got busted in the process.
Why? Why? Just stop it. Game state now has greatly improved since EA release 1.0 is very promising. I'm impressed with the significant updates that improves this game in different fronts. Looking forward to 1.0. Friends free. Yep. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that.
Gerald, Frost Giant's communications director, explained that these were just a few employees independently reviewing the game and that there was no call from leadership to do so, despite the CEO also being involved in it.
Yeah.
Then on Reddit, a user account called Tim Morton posted a glowing comment praising the campaign. When called out, the several years old account was quickly deleted. Most likely explanation? Tim thought he was signed into a different account. And some extremely positive voices, of course, got immediately suspected of being under Tim's control. But now we're venturing into conspiracy territory, so let's move on. In any case, the distrust in Frost Giant and its leadership grew day by day. And speaking of distrust, Stormgate's Steam page briefly carried an ad for a third-party software that supposedly could help you improve your ping in Stormgate and other games.
What? How would that even work?
This violated Steam guidelines, but it's also just a really bad look to advertise some questionable game booster software, especially when your game is supposed to be able to run smoothly irregardless of ping thanks to its rollback technology. Gerald promised...
Let me guess, the rollback technology didn't work.
A blog post explaining it all in detail, but we're still waiting for that to this day. Frost Giant, with Tim Morton leading the charge, burned all the community goodwill with questionable actions such as these. In July 2025, Frost Giant announced that Stormgate was leaving early access. Initially this was advertised as version 0.6, but when the community pointed out how confusing it would be to launch with anything other than 1.0, Frost Giant backpedaled and dropped version numbers completely in favor of opaque codenames.
Okay, yeah, I get... I can see where the problem is here, yeah. Making it impossible for potential customers to know what's going on. Like, literally. If you just have a name, you wouldn't know if it's version 1.0, 2.0, or 0.6. The 0.6 indicated that the game isn't finished. You know? Yeah, this is a problem.
The reality was pretty clear. The game was still incomplete. The only thing they considered done was the rework campaign and 1v1. Out of the promised team modes, only co-op existed, but even that had been frozen with earlier versions of now reworked units. The editor wasn't finished either. Social features, the main selling point, simply didn't exist at all. The first...
Wait, the editor isn't finished? Why don't you publish the editor that you use? Unless it's an outside software, you know? Then, of course, it's... Yeah. Yeah, this is going south massively.
Truly social RTS was a 1v1 ladder and a half-baked campaign.
Yeah, this is bad.
And speaking of the campaign, the already short campaign was for some reason split into 3 separate DLCs, each containing just 3 missions and priced at $10. On the Steam page, they then advertised 3 bundles, Basic for $25, Deluxe for $40, and Ultimate for $64.
$40 for 9 missions. That's a slap in the face. Like StarCraft 2. I mean, StarCraft 2 had cost more, when I remember correctly. But it had a finished campaign, it had 1v1, it had custom games, all that. And they sell 9 missions for $40. Oh boy.
Where this gets confusing is that neither the $25 basic nor the $40 deluxe bundle actually contained all 3 campaign DLCs.
Wow.
Only the $64 ultimate bundle contained the entire campaign. To get the DLCs at the advertised price of $10 per 3 missions, you had to buy them through the in-game store that was only visible after starting the game. Yet another unforced error that made this launch confusing. Steam reviews still hovered in the 50 to 55% positive range, and content creators...
In August 5, 2025? That was just about 2 months ago. We have the 1st of August.
Creators reviewing the campaign echoed that sentiment strongly.
It's so bad, man. It's so bad. They got the feedback. They've known from Heart of the Swarm. They have known for 12 years that having a giant laser beam solve your problems in RTS is not what people want.
Stormgate's campaign launched with audio bugs, gameplay bugs, mislabeled achievements, boring and unoriginal dialogue and storytelling.
But they came from Blizzard, so I'm not really well, if the story writer didn't, then, you know, might be just a millennial.
Missions so easy that you barely had to play to beat them, even on the hardest difficulty, and just one of the most disappointing endings that I've played in a video game ever.
Only IGN, for reasons that remain...
Most like, well, my guess is they got paid?
Questionable, gave the game an 8.
Oh, or because it was so easy that even they could play it.
Out of 10. Morton seized on that immediately, insisting, "We delivered an 8 out of 10 rated game with the content we promised."
Whether you
you
like story, or you enjoy cooperative experiences, or you want to get right into ladder and play hardcore competitive, we have content for you in Stormgate.
We have content for you in Stormgate.
Turns out, they don't.
In actuality, I don't think anyone was happy with the state Stormgate was released in. And once again, the financial reality was coming crushing down on Tim Morton and his team. The financial filings showed that at the end of 2024, Frost Giant was basically down to their last penny with only $25,000 remaining in their war chest.
Oh boy.
They somehow managed to get additional investments from Bitcraft Ventures, which is how they managed to survive the first half of 2025, but with funds running out, they were forced to release what they had. After the launch, Morton admitted that sales and concurrency were below expectations. He said he was looking for a publisher to partner with and hinted at possible layoffs, and then followed up with several more posts where he spoke of Stormgate in the past tense. Bitcraft and other investors may have kept Frost Giant alive longer than expected, but the fundamental problem never changed. They burned goodwill, burned money, and failed to deliver the product they pitched. Stormgate was supposed to be the RTS revival. Instead, it's a case study in how not to spend $40 million. They promised next-gen RTS, funded until release, and the first social RTS. They delivered a half-baked campaign, missing features, sock puppet reviews, and financial filings warning of collapse instead. So, was it all just a scam?
No. It was incompetence.
No, I don't think Tim Morton set out to defraud investors or milk the community. He had a grandiose vision and either underestimated the work or assumed more funding would arrive. Instead of building a standout campaign with real lore and using that to fund the rest, they built thin versions of everything at once. 1v1, campaign, co-op, 3v3, and none of it impressed. The game that was meant to save and revive RTS has become its own cautionary tale.
Yeah.
It's so bad, man. It's so bad.
Yeah, I think the studio's done. I think the entire studio's done. The game is dead. I mean, let's look. Stormgate. There it is. 31 people. Half the reviews are negative. Let's see here. All-time peak below 5,000. Let's see max. The game is dead. The game is completely done. I mean, the highest was this year was on Steam release, which was about 1,000 people. Great. Yeah, the game is dead. The game is dead. Completely dead. Completely dead. This is maximum. Here they came out in early access, then they had a massive drop, then they had a massive update, I would guess, and then yeah, it's dead, and it will never recover because the studio will not exist next year. I don't think so. I don't think they will ever create any other game. I think they are done, completely done. No chances at all. Completely done. 100% done. And that was a lesson in how to not make a game. Okay, I'm gonna stretch a little again, and then we watch another video while we're at it. I mean, why not? Why not? Oh. Okay. We are back. Let's see. What do we do? Let's do this one, because I like to laugh about this game. This ugly mess of a travesty of a game. It's horrible. Let's.
Look, there's every chance you've missed this news, but basically it has been a long few months over at Bungie. I mean, just think about it. We've seen the marathon delay, the plagiarism allegations, and now, well, one of the lowest concurrent peaks for a Destiny expansion ever. And
Oh, is Bungie literally dying? I would not be surprised, because, you know, Destiny 2 is basically Destiny 1, and it's losing players because it's yeah, whatever. And Marathon looks horrible. I can't imagine anyone that's not retarded wanting to play that game.
Sadly for them, the mood is not improving whatsoever. Look at the subreddit and you will find a community that's all but given up. The reason why? Well, because they feel like the devs have given up too. But it might not be the resignation of developers. It might not be the community giving up. No, I think the most telling thing about Bungie's state is that the CEO resigned. Let's begin by looking at some numbers, and I know Steam player counts aren't everything, but they are something, and they don't look good for Edge of Fate, which is the latest Destiny expansion. Now, part of that was the Final Shape giving people an off-ramp, right? The Final Shape is basically the big culmination of a plot.
Oh my god. This is horrible. They have less than 10... They have 0.3% of their maximum player base on Steam. That's bad. That's really bad.
So if you're going to duck out of the...
I mean, if you go for the peak, they are at 1%, about 1%. I mean, a little lower, but let's say 1%. Let's be generous here. They have 1% of their maximum player base on Steam left. Now, I would guess that goes for their in-house launcher too.
Game, well, after that really is the best time. I mean, player sentiment was already low.
Wait, that was the release? Oh. That's bad.
And the state of Bungie, and of course the Marathon debacles, did not help. But here's another problem. Only 22% of critics recommend the new expansion, which is absolutely brutal. And when it did release...
But no one cares what the critics say, because they are all retarded. And bored. So it might actually mean something when they say it's shit.
Well, players found that the new portal system completely reworked the game. And let's just say it was controversial. So Bungie basically added a parallel power system, and as Paul Tassi frames it, this effectively sunsets 80% of the game. There was no point in engaging with anything outside of that system now. And that's because bonuses stack in a way that...
So they literally killed the game. Congratulations. You played yourself.
Makes everything else almost irrelevant. Seeing the feedback, Bungie tried to fix complaints, but the fixes would have slowed progression even more, so they had to walk those back. And then, well, they had to come up with something else entirely. And all of this got worse, of course, after the QA layoffs of this summer. So the stuff in-game's been going bad, but I'd say, given the QA layoffs, it's hardly a surprise that in addition to all of that, there is a never-ending tide of bugs, errors, exploits, all that stuff.
Who could have guessed that the people that take in all the bug reports and communicate with the customers might be important for you making a good game? You know, and fixing bugs and stuff like that. Who could have guessed?
And for a peek at what's happening, well, look at this. Raid leaderboards that are full of cheaters. There's paid armor that turns players invisible. There's rewards not being granted, soft locks in multiple places in the game, and people losing access to paid content and stores. And the list of things...
It's almost like the people working at Bungie are completely incompetent.
Things goes on. And then came even more frustration because Bungie also seemed to remove aspirational loot from the reward pool. They seemingly made it paid instead. So that was a shit show. Of course, it's one they had to fix as well after a bunch of backlash. And, I mean...
Why is this armor in a science fiction game? Just asking.
We haven't even talked about the Star Wars themed expansion controversy in this.
Why would you associate yourself with Star Wars these days? That's one of the worst things you can do. Unless it's old Star Wars, like literally old Star Wars.
Video. So in short, right? It's been a bad time. And the man in charge during the development of all of this just quit. But it's more than just that he quit. It's some of the context and also some of the incentives. Bungie CEO is gone. Pete Parsons gets to walk away from all of this chaos. Someone else can deal with the consequences of...
Man, this looks so shit.
The company's actions during his tenure. In a blog post at the end of August, Parsons announced this departure. He had 20 years at Bungie, and he said that he decided to pass the torch. But the timing is kind of interesting. You see, he's leaving 3 years and 1 month after Bungie's acquisition by PlayStation, and that may just align with stock options maturing from that sale. And that's something
you know can sell them?
Clearly in the minds of the staff whom he fired. They reacted with barely disguised venom on social media. Say ex-social media manager Griffin Bennett had a particularly sharp response. He just said, vested stock cleared, damage done, but hey, we're all a family, right, Pete? You see, back in December 2023, insiders were worrying about something. They essentially thought the leadership at Bungie were preparing to cut and run after the launch of Marathon.
Who could have guessed? And by the way, will Marathon even release? I mean, the way the game looks to me, they might just scratch it. Because no one wants that shit. No one. I have never heard of anyone saying that they want to play that game.
Obviously, the launch of Marathon did not happen when anyone thought it would, especially at the...
Wait, wasn't that supposed to launch this year? Yes, it was supposed to launch in September, I think. So last month. Oh.
Time of those leaks. And what it looks like is that even if that was the plan, while Marathon may have been delayed, Parsons' exit was certainly not delayed in line with the game. So to understand this, let's go back to 2021. Staff framed Parsons as slow to act on toxic work culture allegations. They sent direct letters to him, and his intentions were supposedly good, better than some others of Bungie leadership, but ultimately, he didn't really react fast enough. But this was just the start. What followed next? Well, the multi-project incubation period that sapped resources, the sale to PlayStation, disastrous monetization demands being placed on the Destiny team. All of this stuff harmed developer and player sentiment, and I think most dangerously, it put players and developers against each other. And when that sort of thing starts to happen, game communities can just enter a death spiral.
Yeah.
But then came the endless stream of layoffs both before and following the final shape. Because hey, congratulations, you did the final shape, people seem to have loved it, and your reward is already planned layoffs. Epic. Now add to this the woes of this summer, and just before that, the entire Marathon saga that played out. It's a lot. Now, look, to be clear, Parsons isn't directly responsible for everything that went bad. He's not the guy individually, unilaterally making choices about systems or skin implementation.
Sure, but he can look at the games and tell if stuff is good or not. And this is not good.
Right? Maybe he'll be a tiebreaker between some of his leads, something like that. But he exemplified the company culture. His decisions led to layoffs. Those layoffs left teams struggling. We know, as an example, struggling to run QA. So if you're a player finding, wow, there's a lot of bugs, what's going on here? Maybe that would have something to do with it. And with all that bad news, it's no wonder that Bungie couldn't retain experience. So, at worst, he is indirectly responsible for the company's state, but obviously, as CEO, yeah, he was responsible. But here's something. If Parsons is indirectly responsible for the company's state, what's curious is that his successor will not have the same role. Bungie's new leader is a man called Justin Truman, and you might remember him from some of our previous coverage. We talked about his infamous GDC presentation on sustainable live service development. You might remember a quote, which is, "Beware of over-delivery." Obviously, Destiny players felt that they had been under-delivered to for quite a while, so it obviously fired away as a meme. It became kind of typical, an example of everything that people thought was wrong and going bad with Bungie. In reality, what he said in the talk was far more nuanced, and I guess the easiest...
Oh god, isn't this the beware of over-delivery guy? Watch the full talk. The internet massively took that out of context. It's a complicated conversation that had a very small part of it clipped out of context. That talk was actually very good. Miss Rupert. TwitchCon. Dirty effing hippie. Is that a picture of her with blue hair? Yeah, I think we can ignore everything she says.
Way, albeit crude, is to just say, he was basically saying, don't blow your load. That's kind of it. Now, he actually engaged with the criticism of that meme when it came to accepting his new role, and what's interesting is that ex-staff weren't actively hostile to his appointment, which I think does suggest it could be a step up at least. But here's the thing, he is replacing Pete Parsons, but his new role is not that of Chief Executive Officer. He instead will be Bungie's studio head. Now, this may seem like some semantics, but I think it represents the most fundamental shift at Bungie in years. The reason why is simple. It suggests that Bungie's independence is ending under PlayStation. That's a threat that's loomed over.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, we are seeing it everywhere that, smaller companies getting bought up by bigger companies and building monopolies. Yeah, that's happening everywhere.
For them for a long-ass time, it's obvious that now it's coming true. And even before Parsons announced his departure, PlayStation were closing in, and they weren't doing it sneakily. The Sony CFO, Lin Tao, explained this to investors in early August, where he said, quote, "We have gone through structural reform as we announced last year." And then he added the crucial bit of information, quote, "This independence is getting lighter, and Bungie is shifting into a role which is becoming more part of PlayStation Studios." Yeah, so integration is proceeding.
Yeah, they're now Sony.
The independence of Bungie is going away. And obviously, this followed the 2024 restructuring, where PlayStation moved 12% of Bungie, which is 155 roles, directly into SIE, which is Sony Interactive Entertainment. Those people then formed Team LFG, and they're currently working on a live service MOBA, which is one of the things that came out of Bungie's incubation period. Anyway, they also formed the Creative Studios team supporting live service development, which obviously makes a lot of sense when you know that PlayStation really wanted those live services. Now, before that...
Right, they don't have any live service games, right? Or none that were successful. Okay, yeah, I can see that. But the figures, now that they have Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is already on a way down, so... They are fucked.
Well, Sony's incoming CEO visited Bungie, and when he did, he praised the staff, but he said there was, quote, room for improvement. Not necessarily on the staff. No, his room for improvement was specifically regarding business expenses and accountability for development timelines. Certainly sounds like a bit of a threat. And those are the types of failures that staff are not responsible for. They're the sorts of things management is responsible for. And now, Bungie has no CEO. The leadership will report directly to PlayStation. And it's a PlayStation that's different, one that is shifted towards cheaper, faster game development with more central oversight, because they essentially realized, oh dear, we put a lot of chips into Concord, and we really didn't monitor the quality of that, did we? So you might be wondering, is this better for Bungie? It's weird, right? Because we don't know, you don't know, none of us know, because, like, the future hasn't happened yet. And also, game development has a lot of lag time. Parsons left at the end of August, but we're still going to feel the impact of his leadership, I suppose his and his team's plans, for a long time. Now, if we're to assume that Truman has the best of intentions, which I am happy to do, well, it's also the case that he's likely under a hell of a lot of pressure, because he now needs to deliver change for both Destiny and Marathon, both of which are extremely embattled. And he's working with the...
Yeah, Marathon will flop. If the game looks like that, it will flop, because it's just ugly. No one will want to play an ugly game.
Studio that is now bled of its senior talent via multiple rounds of layoffs, and also dealing with fans that are rightly not happy and rightly not trusting. Meanwhile, production patterns and product offerings keep on changing. Look at the different iterations of, like, seasonal yearly content that Destiny has had. Look at how Marathon is being forced to change by a market that, well, is, I think, quite literally demanding change of it. Though, of course, none of this will be news to Truman, because he's been the Chief Development Officer since 2022. Before that, he was Destiny's General Manager, and he switched roles right as the chaos began with the Lightfall expansion. He's been part of the decision-making since then, and he still is now. So the question is simple. Do he and PlayStation actually have a plan? At the very least, PlayStation can be pleased about something, and that's licensed revenue from Destiny Rising. What's Destiny Rising? Well, it's a mobile game with gacha elements.
A mobile game, of course.
So, yeah, it's bringing in the money. And as we've covered, that's where a lot of the industry's money comes from now. And by most accounts, NetEase used their blank slate with making this Destiny spin-off game actually quite well. They supposedly made a passable Destiny campaign. Players were satisfied enough until, of course, they hit the end game and the gacha and power and all of that began to rear its head. But still...
Well, duh. Of course.
It brought in some happy numbers. PlayStation will like that. And PlayStation now treats Marathon as their investor marketing centerpiece. We see that from recent accounts of them saying that things have improved with the game, talking about features added like proximity chat, that the mission system rewards players better, that the UI and UX has got significant improvements, that they've, of course, removed the plagiarized art. All of those things to...
I wonder how the game looks at the moment. Because the plagiarized art was everything. They didn't have anything else.
Rehab its image and, again, tell the investor story that they need to tell. But there is a simple enough fact. Marathon will arrive late to the extraction shooter party. You see, both Escape from...
Right, it was an extraction shooter. Okay, yeah. Yeah. They literally just took the name of a game series they had and made something with an extraction shooter. And put the name on it. That's all.
Tarkov and Arc Raiders will hit their own version 1.0s first. But when Marathon arrives, it may have a shot of success. Bungie can still deliver cool things from time to time, undoubtedly. But the problem, Bungie will deliver Marathon under, to be charitable, let's just call them unenviable conditions, just like they have with Destiny. And when you look at Destiny right now, you do see that it ain't working. The future of Bungie, then? Well, in theory, more PlayStation engagement means more oversight. So if you miss your development targets, yeah, you're not reporting to Pete Parsons who can spin it to Sony. No, you're going to be answering to PlayStation directly. The same goes for missed revenue targets. And if that leads to more layoffs with the same delivery expectations, then Bungie will just have to face the worst of all worlds. One where they can only be punished, where the fruits of their labor will be privatized and, you know, they'll get laid off if something doesn't go well. The sorts of mercenary decision-making we've seen from a lot of these companies. But if we're trying to stay grounded and stay with the perspective that most people are the hero of their own story, that are, at least through their own narrative, actually trying, well, we can think about a statement from Totoki to investors. The one basically of Bungie devs always having had talent and always wanting to deliver for players. You know, he could see that.
Yeah, but they also stole art. I mean, stealing ideas is one thing. Stealing art is another.
And a lot of the sort of veiled or not so veiled threats from PlayStation, they were always about management. And when you look at some of the other big games, yeah, Sony does seem to have a better handle on what a quality video game is, you know, for all their faults, than, say, Microsoft does. It seems the failure of Concord truly shocked PlayStation into waking up, honestly, and that seems to be what has made them completely okay with delaying Marathon, which I'm sure the older PlayStation wouldn't have wanted to do. Certainly the PlayStation that looked at Concord and thought, absolutely, well, yeet that one out. I'm sure it'll go well. We're PlayStation. Look how photoreal these characters are. The gamers and the people will love it. So in the good timeline, we get a PlayStation that holds leadership accountable, that stops Bungie leadership hiding behind their company's somewhat greater than average independence within the PlayStation roster of studios. If that accountability is there and the incentives are aligned, then maybe there is hope. Maybe Bungie can catch their breath. Maybe even they can take the time to rebuild. Doing that will be hard, and the likes of Destiny is a live game with a profoundly disappointed player base, one whose cynicism does feel rational and does not feel jaded, because they've genuinely had a very goddamn bizarre time. This story's basically been game development where so much of everything goes wrong. But if you want to see the literal opposite of that, a game free from so many of the things that just, be it indie, AA or AAA, just kill projects, watch this video next. It's about Team Cherry, and I think you'll really like it.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Bungie doesn't exist anymore. They're just a part of Sony. Destiny is dying, or Destiny 2 is dying. And Marathon will most likely fail. Because, no, I don't believe that the game will be that good. And even worse, I don't think that people want to play it. There are too many extraction shooters now they can choose from. Why would they choose one that's ugly? That's actually a big point. Why would they choose one that's ugly? Why? Why? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So much dumb stuff going on. Oh, TikTok Taylor Swift Festival turns into a disaster. Let's watch this one. That's gonna be funny. Another Atosi video.
This Taylor Swift fan event quickly turned into a small Fyre Festival or DashCon-like scam, when fans ended up dropping hundreds of dollars in hopes of meeting one of Taylor's backup dancers, only to find out he had no idea the event even existed. And now, the organizers of the event, they're now claiming they're the victims after they allegedly sent over $12,000 to scammers posing as the dancer's management team. But while researching the story, I discovered it went way deeper than what I first thought, because in fandoms as big as Taylor Swift's, not only do they love the celebrity, but they also love anyone who's mildly associated with them, so...
Which is scary. Like, how retarded are these people?
So, of course, when a small Orlando tiki bar announced that for $300, you could meet and have lunch with someone who knows and performs on stage with Taylor Swift, stans were very happy to pay up. That was, however, until they found out the event was definitely not going to happen and that the celebrity never even knew about the event in the first place. I mentioned her already, but Taylor Swift obviously needs no intro from me, and while she actually has nothing to do with all this, the entire story does technically revolve around her, or more specifically, her fans. Because recently, one of her fans decided to host a weekend-long Taylor-themed event at a bar outside of Orlando.
1 weekend long? Okay. By the way, the bar looks fine.
Florida. The event was set to include Taylor Swift-themed karaoke, trivia, bingo, and even a bar crawl. And the promotion and eventually the fallout of all this has been heavily covered on TikTok. Hence why the TikTok community is kind of involved here as well. Because if it wasn't for TikTok...
Of course TikTok is involved. It's always involved in stupid shit.
I would not know about this story at all. But bars hosting celebrity-themed events like this are not new by any means. It's not uncommon to see clubs have something like a Jersey Shore night hosted by Pauly D or whatever. But this event, dubbed Taylor Weekend 2025, really tried going all out to give the Swifties kind of a dream weekend. Especially when they announced that not only could they meet Cam Saunders, one of Taylor's backup dancers, but also they were allegedly giving away Sabrina Carpenter tickets, merchandise signed by Taylor Swift herself, and potentially even a video call from Taylor. Now,
yeah, this is so fake. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Why would anyone believe that?
If you know anyone who claims they're a Swiftie, you're definitely aware of the lengths they would go in order to support her, because they would quite literally stand outside of a Target in 110-degree weather, barefoot, for 16 hours straight, if that means that they would have a shot at getting some limited edition poster. That's
because they're stupid.
Probably happened before. Don't quote me, but something along the lines of that has definitely happened. The point is, they love Taylor Swift, and while Cam isn't necessarily an A-list celebrity himself, he still has over 1 million Instagram followers and of course is associated with the Taylor Swift, which definitely does some heavy lifting in this audience here. So naturally, a small bar hosting a weekend-long event surrounding one of the world's biggest pop stars that includes a lunch with someone from her immediate circle, signed merch, a bar crawl, and a call from Taylor, fans were obviously eager to pay that. And while her fans are probably used to, you know, the insanely inflated ticket prices, these were no exception. Because
let's look at it.
Used to, you know, the insane...
Oh my, there's nothing under $2,000, and it goes up to almost $9,000 for 2 tickets. And the amazing deal is $6,204, including fees. Oh Jesus, I would never pay that money.
insanely inflated ticket prices, these were no exception, because despite it only being a fan event, even though it was a weekend-long event going from October 3rd to 5th, an all-exclusive ticket without the meet and greet for Cam was still almost $250. And then the ones with a meet and greet, well, apparently you would have to pay up to $320 for those, and that also...
Jesus Christ. Editor's note. Tickets were roughly $320 after fees, and the performance was for a Taylor Swift cover artist. Okay. Our posts lead us to believe Cam was also slated to perform at some point. Who's Cam? Oh, the dancer.
Includes a performance from Cam, as well as a farewell lunch. I don't know, to me it sounds like a Highway ripoff, but I guess it's a dream come true for certain Swifties. Apparently it was just a dream. A nightmare for anyone else looking at this, but like, for the people who bought the tickets, it was just a dream. Because on Sunday, September 7th, just a month before Taylor Weekend was set to take place, Cam Saunders posted on his Instagram story saying that he'd never heard of Taylor Weekend 2025 before, and that he would definitely not be there, saying it's very unfortunate that I have to say this, but I am not associated with this event, nor have I ever been. I will not be in Orlando for it, and I'm sorry to any of you who have paid your money with such high hopes of being in the attendance. But that is not the case. As a rule of thumb, if you don't see me post something about it, assume it's a scam. So obviously, this shocked everyone.
Actually, him saying that is really good and nice. I mean, both. Number one, now people, that follow him know when he's not posting about it, it's a scam. So they always know. When they want to see him and he's not posting, it's not real. This is nice. This is really good.
Including the event hosts themselves, because they claimed in a post on their now private Instagram story that they themselves were blindsided. And here Tika Barty was stating the original contract they had in place was allegedly with Cam's old management, and that at some point there must have been a miscommunication during the transition. Furthermore, they were devastated and would be canceling the event along with issuing refunds to everyone who purchased tickets. And this prompted Cam to clap back yet again with another Instagram story setting things straight. Because here he said he's only ever had one management team, which is the one he's currently with. And yeah, I mean, his management is listed in his bio, so I honestly don't know how there's any confusion here. And that's when the backlash started, as the team behind Taylor Weekend 2025 started deleting and privating everything. Their posts, their accounts, and their website.
Of course. Of course, that's what they are doing.
TaylorWeekend.com is locked behind a password now. It's not exactly crazy to think something like this could happen, as there's plenty of examples of scam events that have overpromised and underdelivered. Fire Festival, the Willy Wonka AI.
We have watched videos about both.
Exhibit, DashCon.
I've seen DashCon. TanaCon? What's TanaCon?
TanaCon, and so on and so on. There's so many, actually. And obviously, not to mention, this wouldn't even be the first time this happened to a Taylor Swift fan event, as I saw a lot of comments comparing it to something called the Lavender Haze Ball, a Taylor-themed fan event that was called a scam after it was canceled just days before it happened.
Yeah, who could have guessed? Man, people are really retarded.
Being said, there's plenty of updates since I actually first started looking into the story, when it first came to light. And just because that stuff does happen, doesn't mean that's exactly what happened here. Because this is one of those things where things took a turn. As the event organizers, they're now claiming they actually fell victim to scammers posing as Slash, Cam's management agency.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Supposedly, they sent them $10,000 for 2.5 hours of Cam's time, as well as a performance. And after digging a bit deeper, and now with some recent updates, I don't really think it's far-fetched to actually believe what they're saying, because right from the start, people were skeptical, asking about the signed Taylor Swift merch and how that could be authenticated. In response, Taylor Weekend actually made a Facebook post that's honestly way too long to read here, so here's the takeaway.
Okay, that's a giant post. Yes, I felt free to pause, but I won't read it. No.
Basically, they said they had no reason to doubt the products being faked because their owner is a season ticket holder at the Miami Dolphins, and he has connections to the Hard Rock Stadium, which I guess provided them with Eras Tour tickets to give away during a Swiftie-themed bingo nights the bar has held in the past. And they would also be happy to take any measures necessary to ensure authentication, as there was no chance they were willing to risk losing their reputation over something like a trivia night. But the problem is, it was allegedly this connection that hooked them up with Cam's management, as well as the video call and 50 signed photographs.
Oh boy.
And while I couldn't find any direct evidence of these tickets being given to any winners, I also couldn't find any evidence of people claiming to have been scammed by this place before. And there's definitely old posts of them promoting this stuff. And I guess to calm the minds of any Swifties watching, worried their fellow fans got scammed, don't worry. Eventbrite, the website where the tickets were sold, supposedly started initiating refunds soon after the cancellation was announced. So at least the fans got their money back.
That's good. That's good, yeah.
It also seems like the event organizer, Tiffany, has a long relationship with the Tiki Bar already, supposedly having done multiple similar Popstar-themed events before.
So this actually looks like it's not a scam from the organizers. I mean, not from the bar to begin with. I would never believe that they would do that, because that would totally ruin their reputation. And that's really bad if you have a bar.
And we ended up reaching out for comment from the Tiki Bar, and they also confirmed they've worked with the event organizer previously, and they've actually never had a problem in the past. They aren't throwing the organizer under the bus either, saying they believe they were scammed, and that they're fully cooperating with law enforcement to find out who exactly received their initial deposit. And
that's a lot. Like, the police is already involved? Yeah, this wow. I'm actually surprised. And actually also curious who the actual people were who pretended to be the management of that guy. This is, man, the guts that you need to have to do something like that.
the other problem is Taylor Swift is so popular that any of her simple friends could be targeted by scammers to impersonate and scam other people. Like, oh, what a nightmare. So it's not unlikely that Cam was targeted by a scammer to impersonate. And ultimately, I don't think this small tiki bar in Florida would really risk their reputation against the wrath of Taylor's fan base.
Exactly. Because we know how that ends, by the Taylor Swift fans burning down the bar. Because they're crazy.
So, what happened? Well, the Tiki Bar and Tiffany have made it very clear that they believe they were talking to Cam's management, with Tiffany even providing screenshots of an actual email exchange about the contract. I guess the red flag here is he wasn't allowed to promote it because of the strict rules with Taylor, but maybe we'll see, maybe, lol. I mean, that's just like...
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's a red flag. But also, who knows? No, actually, that was a red flag either way, because even if he hypothetically did it and he hypothetically said something like this would show that this would be like under the table, so it would still be a red flag. But that should be a pretty big sign of it being a scam, because if this guy hypothetically has this super long-lasting relationship with Taylor, why would he risk destroying his own livelihood for 10 grand? But again, also, I've covered people here on this channel that have done a lot dumber things for less. But either way, now that we know the organizers...
And we have seen them. We have seen the videos.
have paid a $10,000 deposit for Cam and $12,000 in vendor fees, assuming all the refunds have been processed, it's likely that they're quite in a deep hole right now. That's like 22 grand out the window. Hopefully that scammer isn't overseas so they can recoup some of that. Also, while I couldn't find the live stream itself, the cover band that was supposed to perform during the weekend, known as Lover, allegedly claimed on an Instagram live and said that they had been paid months in advance. But big asterisks here on that claim, because I didn't see the live. I've only seen someone claim that they've seen that live say that. So take that with a pinch of salt. But to me, it just seems like the organizers got scammed, because what is the real motivation here? After ruining reputations and no profits, it doesn't feel like they had any reason to set out and just try to scam. To me, it seems like they wanted to do a fun weekend and make some money and not scam people. How many tickets would they... Okay, wait. So let's say base price 200, right? So, like, you know, to break even, they would have to sell 100 tickets. What's the event capacity? I mean, could they sell more than 200 tickets to this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Not sure what pictures Erling was looking at, but it seems to hold close to 100. Yeah. To be fair, this looks actually kind of nice. Looks completely fine to me. I would go there. Hello, Poultry God. And I guess welcome back.
They have like 7 parking spots here. I'm just worried about their capacity. Like, okay, so for them to break even, they would have to sell 100 tickets. That'd be a cram spot for 200 people. Who knows? I don't think they're scammers. I think, unfortunately, they got scammed, and then their reputation also got cooked there at the same time.
Yeah.
But hopefully they dig their ways out of it, because at the end of the day, allegedly they refunded everyone. So as long as they refunded everyone, that's good. But the main question I have is, how did the mix-up with the management even happen to begin with? And people have been pointing fingers at both Tiffany and the bar for social media pages going private, posts getting deleted, and them sticking to their story. My guess is they want to go the legal route and try to get their money back and take down the scammer to properly clear their names, and hopefully they do, because then we'll get an update on this case for sure. But if I hear anything, I'll let you guys know. So if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. Welcome to my channel. Drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Peace. Yeah, good video.
This one was
good video.
This Taylor Swift fan event.
This was nice. Yeah. Actually, this went in a direction that I didn't expect, which was really nice. So what do we do now? Ow. I actually want to say we are done with reacts, because 3.5 hours. Let me quickly do something. Let me quickly... No? No? Okay. Okay. My chat thingy was not connected to Kick. That's why there were a problem. There was a problem. There were... English. You're talking? You able to speak? Okay. What I want to do. Okay. What I want to do now. Do I even want to do anything? Almost 4 hours into the stream. Do I want to do? Actually, I could. I have to look things up. That's why you you can't see anything. Just give me a hot second or two. Here, maybe here. Yeah, I think this works mostly. Thank you for working properly. Okay, I think I can show a little bit. We are going to talk about my past and sport. My past and sport. So I'm and yes, the board shine on the head. I need more. But I don't need, but I want to. And something where I don't dox myself, of course. Can be this photo, this one, it's the same. Yeah, I think we can do that, yeah. I think we can do that. Or is there... Yeah, this is better. The old man and in his youth. Well, youth is good. This is about 10 years old. About 10 years. Poultry, do you see? Do you see what I'm doing? There should be something else. Here? No. Thank God I don't have that open on my main screen. Would have got me banned. Is there something here? Huh. There should have been more. Oh, nope, nope. Oh. Is this really all? Okay. Looks like that's all. Which is surprising. I still should have had photos of me when I after I finished running a half marathon. Okay, let's have a little bit of music in the background, and let's talk a little bit. So those photos are about 10 years old, and like you can see, they're gym selfies. Like you can see, old man, 10 years younger, gym selfies. Yeah, let's start where. Let's start at the beginning. You know, the beginning. I wanted to be buff when I was a teenager. So I got me a job and saved up money for a bench, you know, a home training station, which I got and I used. I didn't use it a lot in the beginning, and then later, wow. Yeah, when I was about 15, 16, I used it. I trained about twice a week, full body workout on the days where I wasn't as long in school. But I also trained, you know, up to 2 hours, 90 minutes to 2 hours, sometimes 2.5. Which was crazy. If you think about it, so much weight training. And when I was a little older, I started to go crazy, doing the same exercises, full body workout, 5 days a week, and then jogging on 2 or 3 days per week on top of that, up to an hour with jogging each time. And that's how I ruined my shoulders. Like completely ruined them. This glass here, like literally this glass. This glass is that old. I was holding it back then when I was what, 17, 18, 19, when I was holding it, and it was empty. I had massive pain in the shoulders. Why? Inflammation. And I had this inflammation on and off since forever then. They basically only got better when I wasn't training. That's why I stopped training at all, like almost at all. I stopped training last year, basically, almost completely. No, that was because of my neck injury. Yeah, so when I stopped doing what is a little... If your life is always the same, then time doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, but back then, that's how I ruined my shoulders. I was in awesome shape though, like literally. I was running around like that, and with running I mean walking, because my arms and my latissimus were so big that I just couldn't walk differently. I had to. And it wasn't like this fake being white stance that some stupid people take. I actually have a neighbor down the road that does that. He's tall, he's super thin, he walks around like that, but there is nothing. But that guy is also a sociopath. When I was 20, I stopped training for a month, actually, like completely. And then I restarted. Same weight, same intensity. And I got tears. I got stretch marks all over here. The shoulders and biceps. Everywhere. Because the skin started to, shrink. Because I wasn't this buff anymore. Because I didn't train. So there's less blood in the muscles. Even with the muscle mass still being there. But then, if you all of a sudden, then the blood flows in and the skin stretches around the muscle and stretch marks. Just like fat people that gain a lot of weight very quickly. And after then somewhere something, I completely stopped doing sport. And I got fat. Like fat. Like I was over 120 kilos, which is, let me see. Kilogram to lbs. 120 to over 264 pounds. That's fat. And I stayed that way. Well, stayed is good. I gained weight. Then I took antidepressants because I couldn't take it anymore. And then I went off that weight and, well, obviously also above. And then I stopped with the antidepressants. I wanted to get back in shape because I was a fat pig. And my knees called me fat all the time. So I got the motivation to slim down again. And I did. I went down to about 67 kilos. So 167 pounds, around that. And I went crazy, and that's also why I started doing deadlifts and squats with weights at home. Never had anyone show me how to do it. Just YouTube videos. And I already had back pain, and boom, back injury. It was so bad I almost got in a wheelchair. I remember very precisely one night the pain was so bad, and I lost a feeling in one of my legs. So after half an hour or something like that, I said, okay, it's so bad, let's go to the hospital. So I went to the hospital, and I was kind of dragging my leg behind me, you know? Well, not really. I was like because I couldn't really feel my leg. It was like when your arm falls asleep, but it was my leg, and that for a long time, the next hospital is about 10 minutes by foot, so I walked there with that leg, and when I was basically there, I was like, okay, I feel better, so I don't need to go to the hospital. I don't, and I just did a wider walk because my leg was not asleep anymore, and the pain got better. So I was like, yeah, whatever. Stupidest. It's so stupid. That thing basically never healed. Never. It got way better, but it took almost a year to get better. To a point where I actually was able to do stuff half decently properly. I mean, I did do things while it was bad, but that was I jogged once, and it was a huge mistake that completely fucked me up. But cycling was good, and I did that a lot. I did bike tours that took 2, 3, 4 hours, and it was good. Now getting on and off my bicycle was really painful, like really painful. When I moved my leg over my bicycle to mount it, I always flinched because of the pain. It was a really hefty pain spike. It was horrible. Yeah, and then I discovered Scooby 1961, and that changed everything. Oh my god, that guy. He changed my workout life. I started doing a 5-day split workout for strength training and stuff like that. The result you can see there. I think that looks great. Now, will I ever go back to that? No, it's impossible for me to do that. Well, actually, it is possible for me to do that, but not without massive pain. You know, I would get inflammations in my shoulders again, and most likely, well, my back pain should get better. Also, my neck should get better with that. But my shoulders would completely destroy me, like permanently, all the time. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind investing the time and effort to get in a shape like that again. I completely don't mind that. I did that twice. I can do it a third time. That's not a problem. Even in my age, that's not a problem. But at this point, I'm better off just, you know, doing body weight exercise like push-ups, pull-ups, and squats at home. Going for jogs, cycling, hiking. That's more what benefits me in my situation than getting buff again. Because, very simply, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I mean, it's awesome, but it's not worth it. And I also want to put my time rather in other things than that. Because getting that like that is intense. I did 1 hour, usually 1 hour workouts with warm-ups. Warm-ups aren't counted in that. But each workout an hour on 5 days, that are 5 hours. And then on top, endurance training. We are at, I don't know, 10 hours per week? Doesn't sound like a lot, but if you work full time, that's a lot. I only was able to do all that because I was basically not doing anything else. That's the thing. I was basically not doing anything else. But when it comes, let's talk about, you know, my great heights, what awesome feats that I come up with when I was training. I ran a half marathon. I actually first trained for actual marathon. That was my goal, being able to run a marathon and do that. Well, turns out my left knee doesn't like that. I found that out when I was actually. Let's turn off the music. When I was jogging the longest I ever was jogging, which was, don't let me lie, 2 hours and about 45 minutes, which was great. I mean, endurance wise, I think I would, without a doubt, have made it to running a marathon. Endurance wise, not a problem. You can train that easy. But when your joints say, yeah, no, then you listen to your joints. Aside of that, the only other things there would be is strength training. So on my leg press, I love the leg press, by the way. I had 217 kilograms. It was a machine with cage and weights, so I don't really remember the weight. I know it was over 200. That's absolutely for sure. But I don't remember how much over 100. But it should have been at least 270 kilograms. So 478 pounds minimum. And it was great. It was great. I had great legs. I had great ass. It was really good. I loved it. On my chest, I did. What did I? I did flies and chest press with dumbbells with 35 kilograms per dumbbell, so 77 pounds on each dumbbell. I think that's quite good. On let whatever, I was at 135 kilograms. I think that's now seeing the LBS, the pounds, yeah, that's I think that's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. Jesus Christ. For my biceps curls, I did... How much did I? 15 kilograms, 33 pounds. Yeah, that's yeah, it matches. Yeah, I think that's those are good numbers, good numbers. And then I got into job education and I lost everything because I didn't have the time anymore. And on top of that, you know, injury and stuff like that, yeah. That's life. That's life. But yeah, great shape. I mean, look at these arms. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, those arms. Oh my God. I want to train like that again. I want to, but you know, life. But also then I will do sport later. I got me actually something. I think 2 years ago. I think I got me I got me one of those. They're for exercises like these, and they are great. They are. I actually trained with one of those when I was a teenager, and also when also when I was in that shape. I think. I'm not 100% sure because it's so long ago. I forgot. And it also broke after a while because I was also all right. I trained my core with weights, which was incredible. I remember when I was a teenager and stuff like that. No, not a teenager. When I was 19, 20, I trained my core also each day. Well, each weekday, not on a weekend. So 5 days a week for an hour with weights. Jesus, like the muscles were crazy. They were crazy strong. But I never had a six pack because I never could get the body fat percentage that low. A 4-pack, yes, but never a 6-pack. And those are, by the way, 5 times 25 kilograms, it says. And yeah, I mostly use one of the strings because 2 is too much, which turns out is actually not the case. Last time I trained with 2 for my back, and it worked out fine. It was genius though, because 50 kilos. But yeah, it works. I can recommend stuff like that. But don't start out with 25 kilograms, that's too much. If you are completely untrained, you won't be able to use them at all. And for the chest, just the push-ups. Push-ups are a great exercise. That actually trains your entire body. Because you have to, you know, hold balance and stuff like that. It's awesome. That's it, yeah. Awesome times. Sport is awesome. Now we have a saying in German, Sport is Mord, which means sport is murder. If you do it wrong, yes. Yes, and I know how to do it wrong, so don't do it like I did. Don't overtrain. Don't ruin your joints. When you have pain in your joints, stop. Just stop. Because if you ruin your joints, they're ruined. You will never have the joints being, coming back being better. That's not possible. If your joints are done, your joints are done. Your muscles, of course, yeah, that's not a problem. They're meant to build up if they need it. I mean, look at my photos, of course. But yeah, it's so much for that. And that's it for the stream, actually, because I have nothing else to do. Nothing else to do, nothing else to say. If you like the stream, give it a like, subscribe, follow, comment, whatever you like. And see you on Friday. Yeah, Friday for War Thunder, I guess. Most likely, yeah. War Thunder. Bye-bye. And now... ending streams.